everybody, welcome back to Wappleville. Looks like I forgot to add my images again. I actually do have an image of this guy. I'm not sure if I'll be able to add it here. Let me just refresh that as well. Got more of these Signum figures right here. Um, Going with the Austrian look on these guys. So white. Um, let me see if I can at least bring up my reference for me. Again, sorry that I don't have it actually out on the. Let's see, that's not it right there either. Let me see if I can find it. Hey there, Landrast. Hope that everything is dandy there. Hope everybody's having a blast. I think you said it was going to be kind of a light crew, right? Just not a whole lot here. There we go. Okay. It didn't do too bad of a job on this here. I I well, let's see. Oh, it was this one. Okay, that's the one it created an image of. It's too bad that I wasn't able to get that picture up there because I mean, again, it wasn't perfect, but it wasn't terrible either. I mean, it's something that I can do something with. Hey there, Recoil. Sorry I didn't get a chance to shoot you any messages. Nothing kind of went the way it was supposed to today. So Landrest, did that bolter uh, shell casing color combo work out? And yeah, actually, I'll be using it a bunch here. So, I mean, you could go, the umber and the Naples yellow, or the asphaltum and the Naples yellow. So you'll probably be seeing some of that combo here. So Rico, I didn't even have a chance to make the stupid stickers yet. Rico, I got to do them tonight. We got to get that going. Got to get it going real fast because we needs them stickers. That was a really cool graphic there, Recoil. Um, let's. Oh, there was something I wanted to see. Ooh, that's what I got to see is if I can take. So Recoil in that high level version of Suno, I'm just gonna start dry brushing some lighter stuff on here. You can import songs, right, and then kind of make adjustments to them, as in like maybe a song that wasn't created in Suno. Because I'm thinking some of the Sky Reels songs that could be very interesting if I could if there was a way to import those into that version of Suno and then make those adjustments to it. No problem there, Landrest. Sorry that I just couldn't remember. Actually, this is that Naples yellow right now. It just kind of, because it's not super intense, it's kind of advantageous. I think you know where I'm going with that. Let's do some more of this. So Landress, I did find I have that Helm's Deep from Printing Goes Ever On, but I actually have like the Helm's Deep from, oh gosh, I don't know if well, it was on the Lord of the Rings, the MESPG sites, and he did one of that, and he did one of Minas Tirith, and it was super realistic. I mean, it was like the actual thing. That's why I never put it on my mini factory because, well, obvious reasons. And he was just kind of, like I am. He is just kind of like, here, contact me if you're interested in it. And I have that. I don't know where that got downloaded to, and I don't know. Maybe I can find his email and just say, hey, look, can you send this to me again, or can you tell me how you sent it to me? I don't even remember. Nice to see you there, Grand Oracle. So, Grand Oracle, I hope that Saturday was grand for you. We'll go on. We'll go Austrian on these guys, Grand Oracle. I'm pretty sure that these were black, right? The furry hats there. I'm pretty sure that theirs were black, but I could be wrong. So I hope that everybody's doing nice there. So this is again kind of sort of not quite pre-glazed. Gonna happen. We're gonna be using all kinds of wild and crazy colors on this here, I think. Because again, I'm kind of looking for the nurgly look on these things here. We haven't. Oh, that's We got ourselves a raven right there of some kind. Either that. Yeah, I think that's not supposed to be a like a magpie or a. What's the other bird that you kind of gets associated, shall we say, with plague and other such things? Recoil. Uh, so I sent you those pictures of the autocorrect monster. After I sent you, there's a hand sticking out of this thing. After I sent you those recoil, it did the same image 6 times. Well, except it made it worse and worse each time. And I kept telling it, it's the same image. And it said, oh, look, I fixed it. And it will be the same thing again or worse. Yeah, it's definitely got to be some kind of a crow, raven, whatevers. So Grand Oracle with a 10 in a row streak there. Let's see here. So Grand Oracle, I printed up some more of these. Again, yes, it's kind of rough because it's printed in FDM. At first, I was gonna kind of go almost like with the bronzy type of stuff there. Uh, I'm still not sure about that. I was thinking more because this almost looks more like a stone texture here. So I might go maybe with that. I don't know. We'll see how it plays out. I don't not sure. We'll see how it goes. Now here these look at this. It's like instant zenithal there, Grand Oracle. Except what is it? It's zenithal. We can blend and mix with, right, Grand Oracle. Now Grand Oracle, I was as a precursor to trying to use Meshi at some point this week, I was trying to generate some of those I almost said orthopedic, some of those orthographic things so that those could be imported into Meshi. When I asked GPT, I said, okay, what's better? Do I do the orthographic of the main image and then do all of these subsequent images? And it insisted that the way to go was do the orthographic first, so that's what I did. Uh, Again, this week, wow. Recoil. That's the other thing that's going to make things busy tomorrow. I'll give you one guess what the subject is on the Council of Miniature Painters tomorrow. Now, I'll give you one guess. And I have a feeling the way I said that, you will not have any problem guessing what the topic is. Hey there, Steve. How you doing? Great to see you again there, Steve. I hope that everything is fabulous. I think we got it there. Okay. Yeah, I think that is good enough to start doing some glazy things on. So, Steve, I hope that everything is just going tremendous. I think you saw the new Kathy figure, right? And of course, yes, this video, and this was part of the problem. Somehow, Grand Oracle, the two chapters where's Boromir? Where I did Boromir and Gimli, somehow these got deleted. So I had to refilm these. But Eldritch Foundry really is a very powerful tool for sure. 1 second there, Grand Oracle. There you go. Um, yes, indeed. AI in miniatures. Yes, you guessed it. Um, I only found out, I didn't even know there was a council tomorrow. Now, here, I think I'm just going to spend the entire time shuffling my deck of cards. No, deck of cards? My decks of cards. I'm going to see if I can't print up all those Cylon ones super quick. I'm literally going to try and print up as many of those stupid things as I can overnight tonight, just to say, hey, look at this. Look what I got. So yeah, these are just the Middle Earth ones, right? Yeah, Grand Oracle, I have a feeling it's going to be spicy. So look at these, Steve. Look at this. Yeah, check them out. Now, ooh, where's my one that's... Ah, here we go. I think... Geez, I have more of these things than I thought. Ah, good. Yeah, so my Arthurian ones fit in here. Now, obviously, we won't be... I'm going to use the same frame. I'm just going to get rid of this stuff right here. But yeah, those are designed in mind for those. Yeah, that's... Given how it's gone in the past... Hey there, Valfera. So Valfera, all the craziness happened early. For some reason, Valfera, I just had an inclination. My spidey sense told me that A&M. I didn't think they were going to win that game, but I thought they were at least going to come back to make it interesting. And then, of course, well, Navy, right? Right, Valfera. Navy gets the job done. Yep, Navy got the job done. Anchors away. I thought, okay, that is pain. Like, wait a minute, that's looking an awful lot like just Mars Black there. Oh, okay. Let me get back to my. Right there we go. Sorry about that. Man, Valfera, and then of course, well, I think Texas got smoked by Georgia. Well, and Bama goes down, right, Valfera? Bama goes down hard at home. Everybody was just about to crown Alabama, and of course, Northwestern almost wins that game, right, Valfera? It was insanity. It was insanity all across college football. So, Steve, have you been able to do much with miniature painting at all over the last, say, month or so? There we are. And now recoil of I know we were talking about the type of theme song, and I was kind of joking about the whole the typical newsroom theme song there. I wasn't sure which direction you were wanting to go with it. Yeah, I figured, Steve, that would certainly be the case. Let me get. She's. I might later on try to grab some of the asphaltum too. Where's my Here you go. Here you are. Let's start breaking down a little bit of this here. Basically Indian red. I mean, it's not actually Indian red, but it's sort of. Working some of that over here now on his backpack. So Stephen, yeah, I mean the pre-glaze thing. We still do that every so often. It's a situational thing. If the miniature seems to call for it, well, then we'll do it. And sometimes it does, and well, most times it doesn't. And part of it also has to do with, is it practical? Is the thing too fragile? Can I actually get the stupid sponges where I need to get them? That sort of thing. Well, recoil, I was kind of hoping that diving into, the podcasts and everything else, you could kind of, well, it's funny, you get to unleash your creative stuff, but the GPT kind of stands in the way, and Suno sometimes stands in the way too, doesn't it? Ooh, look at that. Look at that. That was a little bit of our Perline Crimson there. Look at that Grand Oracle. Now I'm going to do a little bit more of the Violet. Ooh, that's actually got some of the Perline Crimson in it too. Time for tentacles, I guess. Because reasons. It's the most expensive post glaze ever, right, Grand Oracle? Well, well, you can't. If we could somehow include Puro Orange in there, it certainly would, wouldn't it, Grand Oracle? Where's there it is. Ooh, look at this. That's interesting. I just put a little bit of the phthalo green in there. Now, wait. Let me do this. Come on, get up in there. Where's the here it is. So that is kind of a little bit of a flavor there of what the post glaze can do. I don't know. I know that's it's not it's not as spicy of a name, right, as pre-glaze, but I mean that's kind of what it is, right? Right, Grand Oracle. I just sometimes like what was the name that you came up with? Recoil for the Eye of Sauron news agency. Where's that? What the heck was it? It was that was a really good one. Recoil. Here, let me just. We'll do the rusty stuff afterwards. We're just doing this right now. Grand Oracle, do you dare me? Do you dare me to? I mean, I think I actually have, a bunch of GW paint jars here. Hey there, Camden. Nice to see you. So, do you dare me, Grand Oracle, to empty out whatever's left in those jars and put basically make a glaze? So instead of what is that, Nuln oil, or what was the brown one? What was the Devlin mud? Wasn't that it, Landras? Devlin mud, and we'll just call them oil speed paints, but they'll be in what looks like GW jars. I mean that would be pretty hilarious, wouldn't it? Yeah, let's hit this here. So, Camda, great to see you. Actually, now Camda, how long did it take you to kind of bounce back from the asthma thing there? Hopefully, you're kind of back to at least close to 100% today, because that was that happened like right at the end of the stream, right? Right, Camda? Actually, well, sorry to Camden, you're like, you got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. But could you shoot me a message with that so we don't forget it? Or just at some other point, just remind me of that? So recoil, what kind of image do you think would be appropriate for Jim Dark paints? I'm just wondering what would be Would it just be something that's a Wapelius spell brush just like covered in rust or something? Hey, Grey Wolf, how you doing? So Grey Wolf, Ohio State should probably be. Well, they are number one. I mean, they're going to stay number one because they pretty much took care of business today, right? Right, Grey Wolf. I think they pretty much took care of business. So Grey Wolf, I know that you sent me that picture of you had a bunch of stuff prepped ready to go. Did you get to paint it all this weekend there, Grey Wolf? Now, thanks, Cam. I appreciate that. All kidding aside, I mean that's just too good to that's too good to forget, wouldn't you say, Camda? I think it would be a bit of a shame to space out on that, which I will. You know that you know that would happen, Camda. Now the funny thing is, that was some of the very first oil paints that I ever made. Was just taken, well, again, something the equivalent of this, and I just put a ton of thinner in there. That was one of the squeezed bottles. It was one of the squeezed bottles. If you see some of the very 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 earliest stuff, and I mean like you not YouTube Live, was it Facebook Live in 2016 or 2017? You might see that. Now Grey Wolf, okay. Now that well, there's a bit of a situation with the Patriots, right, Grey Wolf? Um, who do you guys have to play this weekend? Because I can't remember who they got to play. I'm spacing on who they're supposed to be playing this Sunday. So Camda, you see that was the original Grimdark or Jim Dark. Sorry, that was the original Jim Dark right there. Now we got. Where's that? Here we go. So now they both have their stuffs going on. So yeah, that's the old days of Facebook Live, Camda. So sorry I haven't been able to shoot you more messages there, Grey Wolf. It's there's been so much stuff going on, and Grey Wolf, I haven't even had a chance to send you any of the Battlestar Galactica flats yet. I can't. I gotta send you those. But what we're gonna try to do is we're gonna try to also import those into Meshi now, and we'll see if we get any kind of better results there. I have no idea. Well, Grey Wolf, I think Tampa Bay still has tons of injuries. And is that up? Is that in Orchard Park there, Grey Wolf, or is that down at? I'm just gonna call it Joe Robbie because that's the stadium that I remember. I don't know what they call it now. It's probably some kind of corporation or something. So some dry pigments and oil thinner in dropper bottles years ago. I mean that was the thing, and I kind of kept some of those around. Just it was really more nostalgia. I mean they're all dried up and dead. But remember, I mixed some of those up and I gave some of those to Kathy. Yeah, I remember doing that. So now it's called Highmark Stadium. So it is in Orchard Park. Okay. I thought it was. Well, best of luck to you tomorrow there, Grey Wolf. Now, is it one of the? Is it? It's not the Sunday night game, is it, Grey Wolf? Fine, we'll do that. We'll do that. You can see. Look at this. The other advantage of these Grand Oracle is that since I don't have to worry about the staining part of it, I basically kind of get more of the benefit of the quicker setting. So I can kind of proceed onward, especially if I'm doing multiples. But yeah, recoil, that's in addition to creating a presentation, just like you said, let's just say I need to get some stuff to work on ready, just in case I need to disappear, shall we say? So it is in the early. It's in the noon slot then. Okay. For us Central Time zoners, it's in the noon slot. There we are. That's that, and of course, well, we'll see what happens against Minnesota there. That will be interesting. Because if they should win that game, all of a sudden they're 7-3. Now, I would imagine that they will lose at least 2 of their next 3. But I think in this season, well, and it's true in college, right, Valfera? There ain't no such thing as style points anymore. Those days are gone. There's no such thing as style points anymore. Now I'm gonna take. This is our Indian yellow here. That is going to get also mixed with some of our umbar over here. And that's going to go in a couple of little different places here. So far, I mean, okay, there was a little bit of lighter dry brush, but everything since has pretty much been kind of glazy. Yeah, it's a glazy kind of, well, now it's a glazy Sunday morning. I know it's late for you there, Grey Wolf. I appreciate you being here. I know you probably want to get on off to sleeps or something like that, so that you're not, you're not gonna miss the start of the game tomorrow. Okay, we'll do a little bit of that. Ooh, that's the other place we went here. You're gonna go there. Now, I'm even thinking about, and again, this is the dude that we did last night, right here. And again, Grey Wolf, here's the, these were the ones that I just did, what, Thursday? Yeah, Thursday, right there. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to get me some Terra Rosa here. Terra Rosa. Straight away on that. And then over here. Now, Grey Wolf, I just, no matter what, I hope that's fun. And I've been trying to prep the figs there, Grey Wolf, also. It's been extra crazy here. I still can't believe, though, that after it snowed and wiped out the plants, it's been almost 70 for two days now. The plants would have actually gone, I probably would have actually had more peppers right now. But yeah, well, they got kind of assassinated by that mid-20s for 2.5 days. Well, Velfira, I mean, look at what Navy did. Let's see, an A&M almost lost at home. A&M almost lost to what a was it a 2-9 team or something like that? Or was it 2-7, a 2-8 team or whatever? Who else almost actually? Oh yeah, Georgia Tech, Velfira. Georgia Tech needed a miracle to survive against Boston College 1-9. 1-9 Boston College, and Georgia Tech barely survives. It's just it's getting crazy. It's getting crazy out there, Valfira. Where's my? Okay, I did do the pain spray over there. All right. I'm looking at this. I almost said this owl. Hey there, how you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Who enters my? Look at this. I get to use this again. I get to use it again. There it is. Who enters my domain? How you doing there, Workbut? Great to see you. Thank you so much for that raid. Well, we're painting some Nurgly Napoleonics. I'm not sure. How do you combine? Well, how would you combine that name there, Recoil? Nurgly Napoleonics. Nurgly Ponics? I don't know. But, well, here's the one we did yesterday. So, yeah, here's the one we did on stream yesterday, right there. Hey there, Bonko. How you doing? Hey, Denethor. So everybody, please give Workbook Painting, Denethor, and Bonko. Hey, Helgrat. Actually, well, you got 4 people you got to follow. Look at this, Cam. I'm giving out homework. So Denethor, Bonko, Helgrat, Orkbot. Why don't you guys all shout yourselves out? Because Armored Wolf is in Italy right now. It sounds right, Grey Wolf. Nurgalonic sounds right. It sounds just about right. So we're again. What was it? 32 minutes ago. These, well, they look more like that right there. So great to see you. Again, well, here's actually Banco. I don't know if you saw the new Kathy figure we did. So I made this in Eldritch Foundry. This was her D&D character, which we then turned into just for funsies. Where is she hiding? She's around here. There we go. She is now the 10th member of the Fellowship. So yeah, she joins Boromir and the 4 Hobbits. So she's the unknown 5th Hobbit. Yeah, that's the 5th Hobbit member of the Fellowship there. And of course, I don't know if you saw these, Blanco, but we had a lot of fun doing our. This was Kathy's birthday week. We did the Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. Yes, indeed. And of course, well, we've been painting tons of flats. We did these on Thursday, right here. The Thursday before that, and this one now actually, well, I've actually started making frames for them. So yeah, we started making frames for these. This was the Thursday before that. And of course well, this is just the Middle Earth theme that we've got here. These are more, it's our Middle Earth trading cards. Middle Earth trading cards. There you go. You got to collect them all. You got to collect them all. There you go. And then, of course, we've expanded to Arthurian, Japanese themed, and now Battlestar Galactica theme. So, yeah, we've got ourselves, like about 60 designs for flats. Actually, no, let's see. It might be more like 70 or 80 now. It's getting there. So again, if you guys want to share any of your stuff in the chat, you know the drill. You know the drill. Actually, Cam, I don't know if you had a chance to share your, I almost said your Pinterest link. No, that would be Arid. And of course, Grey Wolf, if you want to share any of your stuff too in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So I hope that those were fun for you, the Nova and LVO there, Banco. Oh, and say hello to Arathu for me as well. So yeah, Banco, we've got a whole bunch of, and well, here's the, try and get these out here. There we go. Now we got them. So this is not all of the Japanese. There's more Arthurians too. I never took those off the plate, Grand Oracle. There's still 4 of them downstairs. Come on, there we go. So yeah, there's all these very fun designs here. And it'll be interesting, again, taking these into Meshi and see what Meshi can do with them. Again, that is just some of the designs there. Ah, well, that's fantastic, Bunko. That's fantastic. So actually, Camden, we're going to be putting some of our phthalo, phthalo violet green shade on this skin tone here. I thought that could be pretty fun. Yeah, that's going to be very fun. And again, if you guys want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Please go ahead and do that. Oh, and of course, here we did this. I think this was last Saturday, wasn't it? Yeah, this was last year. This is the Loot Studios figure here. Now, Grand Oracle, I do think there's a difference because that's cobalt teal bluish. That's cobalt blue. Can you see that there, Grand Oracle? I mean, I think that it should, right, Grand Oracle? Cadmiums, cobalts, all that kind of stuff. It should actually make a distinct difference. Hey there, JS. How you doing? Thank you so much, JS. Appreciate that. Look at that. More new. We got to use our 2 new graphics. We got to use them both. So thank you so much. Appreciate that, JS. Thank you so much. So see you later there, Grey Wolf. I almost said Grand Oracle. Have a good night, and I'll shoot you some messages tomorrow there, Grey Wolf. And again, best of luck at noon or 1 tomorrow. Well, actually, now, Bunko, if I was to... oh, for some reason I thought Aratu had a printer there. Because I was going to say I could get you the STLs, and if Aratu knows someone who could print stuff. I'm still actually working on the files themselves. We're still trying to find the best way to create the STLs on those. So I believe it was the darker, not radiant violet and phthalo green. So I think that was our combo for that, Camda. I don't know I don't remember what it's called. I think it's this one. Okay, violet blue. Super complicated, right? Violet blue. I think it's that. So see you later there, Grey Wolf. Appreciate you being here, of course. Let me just get some of this up here. There we go. There you go. So lots of nurgly goodness. These are definitely, oh, look at that. There's our phthalo green. It's mixing with our violet already. So it's violet blue and phthalo green, Camda. Yeah, violet blue, that violet blue and phthalo green. That's the combo, I believe, for our radiant violet green shade. And again, Bunko, if you want to share anything in chat, please go ahead. Denethor, I know you got stuff you can share. I know that. And of course, Orkbot, why don't you share some stuff? Look at this. We just turned that into a micro filbert. Micro filbert, and we're just going to do a little bit of this here. And again, we're going Austrian on these guys, so we're doing kind of we're going to go with the white there. We'll do that. Oh, geez, still in New York City. Now, safe travels back there, Bunko. Safe travels back, and now Banco will you be streaming kind of once you get back, or is there going to be a little bit of recovery time before you start? Well, you got your yeah, you got recovery time. Never mind, you ain't going to be streaming. You got yourself some recovery time going on. Um, yeah. I wonder. Wasn't there another pigment powder that you got cammed at? What was that? I just sorry, I'm spacing on it. I can't remember what the other pigment powder was that you had gotten. Where's my? Oh, there we go. Like, where's the jackets part that I needed to start to do this bit of dry brushy stuff on here? And again, see that is all. It's almost like pre-glaze, Grand Oracle, but post-glaze is the only accurate description I can really find for it because it's almost doing like what we would do with a pre-glaze. It's just we're not wiping anything away. I know it's kind of awkward and stuff, as far as how how to describe it and everything, but that's pretty much what it is. Come on, there we go. Hmm. I'll let that mix. So again, we're all that stuff again is mixing together. Oh, look at this. We have our Oxide University, Valfera. Oxide University is to be, and also Ferris U. Oxide University and Ferris U. It's a battle in the APCC. Oh, and of course, recoil. I'll try to get an orthographic thing of the Swampton Crocs, and we'll see if we can maybe uh, try and make an STL of that. All right, now where's my other dude here? I'm just trying to get a little bit. That's that chromium oxide there. It's just gonna be all kinds of wild and wacky colors on these guys. That's what it's gonna be. The more wild, the more wacky, the more better. And again, I've been working on Battlestar Galactica themed flats. We did the Cylons first, and there's some really nifty ones of the Cylon. Actually, recall, I think I sent you a redo of one of the Cylons in one of their little resurrection chamber things. Now, oh, recoil, what did you think of? Now, I could not get likenesses. It was not going to do likenesses. Uh, Initially, they were all getting cut off, but when I told it to do them, because I wanted more of a mechanical, like a ship type of paraphernalia around it, and it actually said, get this recoil, it said that was ideal because that would prevent the stuff getting cut off. So the more flowery the design, the less, again, mechanical it was, the more likely it was to get cut off. Now, everybody check out that Discord link that Denethor just shared. Some fabulous sculpting there. So go check that out. And of course, thanks for being on the stream last night, Denethor. Appreciate that. Yeah, here we're just, it's basically sky blue. We're talking about the Alkid sky blue. Look at this. See, Grand Oracle. If that's regular oils, I can't do that. Here, using the Alkids, I can do this here. This would not be possible if it wasn't for the Alkids. I mean, it's mixing, yes, but it's not quite as much as it otherwise would be. Okay, I was hoping recoil. I just I guess because I had my mind's eye on them being a little more realistic, and then I thought, well, wait a minute, the Cylon ones were kind of stylized too, weren't they? Recoil, even the one with Baltar and Six, and even the one with Boomer was still kind of that was still kind of stylized. I still have more of those to do, Grand Orc. I'm sorry that I didn't get a chance to do more. Today just was all kinds of wacky. It kind of cascaded when I found out that those two segments I filmed, like almost an hour's worth of stuff, was deleted. So yeah, that kind of set off a little bit of a cascade. Yeah, well, it's all Alkids, Grand Oracle. Everything here is Alkids, except for that little bit. It was our Perling Crimson. Yeah, everything else is Alkids, and the Alkid glaze is set faster, as you would imagine they would, right, Grand Oracle? So that's the key, is that it all has to be, at least as much of it as possible, be the Alkids, because then it sets that much faster. Nice to see you there, Tuvan. Happy Sunday there, Tuvan. So these are from whatchamacallit, Signum. These are from Signum Games. I forget what the heck is this game called again? Recoil. This is the Chaos faction right here. This is the one of the French faction. This is a vampire leader or something like that. There's one of your regular French guys. Oh, and they also apparently have werewolves. So it's like Napoleonic fantasy, I believe. So yeah, recoil. Gosh, I'm a little disappointed that I didn't get a chance to print those out again after the stream last night. But it was just there was too much stuff happening after the stream. Hopefully, again, I can at least just like since I can print four of them at a time, we'll be able to get through them relatively. Oh, look at this! The even the crow has he's got some pustules on him. Yep, even our crow has pustules. Yep, I see him on there. So it's called Napoleonica Steel and Magic. And again, that is by Signum Games. This was I think it was a Kickstarter that happened not very long ago, like maybe September. Could have been as recent as October. Again, I don't know, but I think that's kind of your timeline there. Let me see that real quick there. So Velfira, it has not. I tried one of those and it was very disastrous because unless I give it references, it doesn't even look like B5 at all. And of course, when I give it references, that's when it says, "Oh no, 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 I can't do that. That's a I can't. That's copyrighted." So yeah, those it kind of is. Let's put it this way, Velfir. It's more familiar, and even the Galactica stuff. If I don't specify over and over again, and even then, Velfira, every time it goes to do BSG stuff, it does the old base stars. I like gave it a diagram, like I gave it a line drawing, like a drafting style line drawing of the new base stars, and it still gave me the old base stars. So unfortunately, it basically mangles it so much, Velfira. It's more like Shmi 5 instead of B5. So not sure if that's ever going to work out. I'll keep trying. Now, of course, I've learned since then, I think, ways to kind of trick it into doing what I want it to do. Remember, I was saying last night, Velfira, that if you let it think it came up with the idea, then all of a sudden it's very willing to let it happen. So yeah, unfortunately, the old base stars don't work with the new motif, right? So yeah, that was very problematic. And the even the Cylon Raiders, um, it wasn't doing any of them right. Oh, and Star Furies, yeah, it keeps thinking that the Star Furies are X-wing fighters. So yeah, I'm not so sure that the B5 stuff is ever going to happen, but maybe we find a way around some of the problems. Now here's this is our just a regular old radiant green here. Right? A little bit of the Naples yellow to mix in there too. Again, this is just a junky old craft brush, yet it's making it's making kind of a nice again mini filbert or micro filbert brush here. Also, too, since well, way more people are familiar with BSG than B5, I figure well, there's only so much time and energy to go around, so it's going to go to B5, or sorry, to Battlestar Galactica. Again, if I find ways around all the issues there, then we might be able to do it. But yeah, it's been very disappointing on the B5 front. Because remember again, Velfair, like I was just saying, the more of a portrait it is, with the new way that it does things, it cuts it off. It'll cut off the top and or the bottom. And it's way more familiar with BSG imagery, so it's able to compensate for that. So, yep, there is a good reason why there hasn't been, unfortunately. Let me do this here. Now, oh, and Velfair, I don't know if you heard, or I think you heard early on, right, what the topic of the Council of Miniature Painters is later today. Yes. That's going to be interesting. So that's actually, again, almost more of our green right there. Now, Thork, but again, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. And thanks also, of course, for the raid. That is appreciated. What are we doing here? Yeah, we'll get a little bit of that. No. Ooh, there we go. There we are. That's got a little bit of the Terra Rosa in it. Again, this has mostly been dry brushy stuff, then a glaze, then dry brushy stuff. However, it's all mixing together. Why? Because it's all oil paints. All of this stuff is wet. Everything on here is wet, which means it's all going to mix together. You can see, see how the end of the brush is darker now? Let's do that over here. So yeah, I'll shoot you a message about that tomorrow, Velfira. Where's that? Don't want to do too much of this here just yet. Where's that? Oh, that's a hand. That's right. There's each of these, I'm guessing, sleeping bags or whatever has a hand sticking out of it. Fine. I'm going to mix a little bit of that Mars yellow deep in there. We're also going to welcome in Kagoma's Fury. Kago, how you doing? Kago dares to enter our domain. Oh, there we go. That's it. That's the one we need. Gonna have to get used to those. They're brand new screens. I only just put them up, what, for the last stream or something like that. So how you doing there, Kagomi's Fury? Everybody please give Kagomi's Fury a follow. Hey, Blue Sage, nice to see you again. Vale, yeah, Grand Oracle. It's a bird in the hand. There you go. So Kagome's Fury, it's been pretty wild. Again, with all of the flats, lots and lots of D flats. I think you actually might have seen these being painted. I know there was one set of flats you saw being painted. I don't know. Well, I know you didn't see these. Maybe it was one of the Trench Crusade ones, but these are the ones we did just this Thursday. And again, we've got all kinds of new designs. We have a whole set of Arthurian stuff. I thought you might be intrigued by these. Look at all these. These are all brand new designs here. Look at that. There you go. And that's just a tiny portion of them because there's also Arthurian ones, and then of course there's all of our Lord of the Rings ones. Yes, our Lord of the Rings tarot deck, and again we're still experimenting because here it's the same image, we just reversed it. So here all the darker stuff recedes, here it all comes forward, and we're just kind of trying to figure out, okay, which is the best way. And then these are some of my favorite locations in Middle Earth there. Respect the Umbar. There's a Treebeard for you. You got Jamoria. You got some Isengard type stuff. You got Dustshire. You got Gandalf. You got your Aragorn. There's Best Prince. There's Prince Imrahil right there. So yeah, lots of fun stuff. So thank you so much, Blue Sage. Appreciate that. And of course, I think you saw our brand new Kathy miniature, right?
So say we all.
This is Mel right here. Oh, geez. Thank you so much, Landrast. Now I get to use this. There we go. So say we all. Thank you so much, Landrast. Appreciate that. I'm just going to have to get used to where those scenes are. So thanks, Landras. Appreciate that. So Kagome's Fury, I'm making all of these myself. Just like the Kathy figure and everything else. Here's, again, that we've done some Trench Crusade themes as well. We painted this one up on stream. And, of course, Kagome's Fury, I know you got stuff that you can share. Maybe not what you were working on just now, because you kind of just finished your stream, right? But if you want to share anything in chat there, Kagome's Fury, please go ahead and do that. And again, all of our other raiders and such, if you guys want to share some things in the chat, Camden, I don't know if you had a chance to share your stuff yet, but if not, please go ahead and do that. That's fabulous there, Kago. Yeah, I'm gonna just among the 10,000 things I have to do tomorrow is try to grab the Christmas decorations and get those set up. Sorry, I'm all out of cough drops, so that's going to lead to a little bit of rough voice. So sorry about that. And again, if anybody wants to share that stuff in the chat, please go ahead. So Kagome's Fury, hopefully everything has been very fantastic over the last few weeks for you. I'm going to start getting in a few little lighter things here just on the chompers here. And then some lighter things on his coat over here, such as it is. Like so, come on, get in there. There we go. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Kagome's Fury just posted, and also that link that Camden Paints just posted. Give Camden Paints a follow, because Camden Paints with the oils. Grand Oracle, I wasn't sure if you wanted to share some stuff. And of course, Valefair, I know it's been a while since you last shared things like your dragon and some of the other projects, but if you wanted to share those too, just go ahead and do that. Oh, look at this, Grand Oracle. Look at that. See how easy it is to mix all that. Oh, that's one minor detail about streaming, right, Kagome's Fury? That is one minor detail when it comes to... Who would have known that sign language and pantomime doesn't work quite as well for streaming, right, Kagome's Fury? Yeah, it's limited. it it has limited success in the streamiverse there. Maybe other genres it works fine, not so great with streaming. Now, granted, we do our puppet shows, but there's still an audio component to them. Even the puppet shows have their audio component. So, interpretive dance, I suppose, that probably would not be under the miniature painting category. So I suppose that is another way. I'm not sure how interpretive dance and miniature painting are supposed to be done simultaneously, but I guess if somebody ever figures that out, they'll probably be a big hit on Twitch. Let me do some more of that here. There we go. Okay. Okay, we've got his some armor over here. Oh, you know what? We should just start hitting that with some of our rusty stuff here. So everybody check out that Insta link there that Valfira just shared. So Valfira, I'm very anxious to see what Meshi will be able to do with those flats, and also again with our Lord of the Rings gummy bears. Because actually, I found some of the older images that I couldn't locate. So again, we will be doing kind of the rest of our. I got at least 5 or 6 more designs, right? Recoil. So Journeyman, how you been doing? And of course, Journeyman, if you want to share anything in the chat, like always, right? Please go ahead and do that. So how you doing there, Journeyman? That would be quite the interpretive dance. A little bit of Harley Quinns there. I guess would you be able to see them though, Journeyman? That's the problem. Is aren't they like mostly invisible until well, it's too late? And I think that's how it goes, right, with the Harlequins. All right, we got our oxidization happening there. Almost forgot this over here. Let's get this going. Yeah, Velfair, that was pretty wild. That was definitely very wild. Now, this is, again, our lightest rust here. 1 hour and 3 minutes ago, both of these guys had no paint on them, as in none, nada, zilch. Might try to go blood effects on here too, just reasons. Oh yeah, Jim Dark. That's what it was, right, Camda? Yeah, it's in the Jim Dark future. There is only alkyds, or there is only oils. That one or the other. In the Jim Dark future, something's gonna happen. Let me take some of this and some of this. There we go. And again, that's our Perline Crimson there. Where's the other guy? I might hit that again with our Perline Crimson. Just saying. Okay, that's just his plague mask there. Now, I'm also... Alright, here we go, Camda. We've got Radiant Violet Green shade here. Or Radiant Violet Phthalo shade. That's it's getting mixed up. Here you go. Maybe a little more of this. Ah, there we go. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Up here on his hand. Where's the other guy? Well, that's kind of how all of my discs seem to look, right, Camda? They just kind of look like the miniatures in the end. There you are. So again, kind of doing that bit of nurgliness there. Ooh, we got another one of our tentacles there. Also gonna let some of that green work its way onto this. Now we'll go even lighter with his coat. There you go. Like so. Bring that out over here. And again, all this stuff is mixing. We're not mixing colors on the palette. This is our palette, of course. That's how it is in the Grim Dark future, right? There are no palettes. They're just paint storage devices. It's just a staging ground. This is where all the mixing actually happens, is out here. I mean, we've pretty much almost eliminated the palette. Can we also eliminate brushes? Oh, that's right. We're just going to use sticks. We don't even need. Eventually, we won't even need brushes anymore, right, Camda? Now that is almost just straight up yellow right there. I'll get some of that on the epaulets here. Nope, there's none on that shoulder. There are none over there. Hey, Doji, how you doing? So, Doji, why don't you share some fabulous oil-painted stuff? I know that you probably don't have too long, Doji, to hang out, so appreciate you being here, of course, as always. So yeah, Doji, just the irony of the whole garden situation, now that it has almost been 70 degrees the last couple of days, we could have had one last big crop for sure, especially the pepper plants, but the cherry tomatoes. I would have had at least several dozen cherry tomatoes. But that is pretty much kaput. Oh, that's right, kaput mortem. We still have to get some of that somehow. I think so. And well, we certainly used plenty of that the other day, right? Right, Doji. We used plenty of the cobalt teal bluish. Yeah, we're just gonna get a little more of this light on that epaulet right there. Oh, we had another hand over here. All right, lend me a hand. Let me. Oh, there you go. This is a color we haven't had a chance to do too much. So this is a radiant violet yellow shade. Talk about a Nurgle green. Oh man, look at that. That's like a kind of a sickly violet color mixed with basically a lemon yellow. That is very much a nurgly green right there. Oh my goodness. And I guess what's the thing that GW is a bunch of nurgle stuff, right? Yeah, if you're looking for nurgly colors, that'll be a nurgly color for you right there. And then we can still see that we can still make that later. However, we don't want to be a hasty hobbit. Don't be hasty. We got to give that time to set, but we don't need as much time because we're using the alkyds. If our glazy stuff is alkyds, it's going to set. I mean, it's already going to set faster just being kind of a glaze to it kind of a thing. And if we're doing the alkyds, it will set that much faster. Let me shoot you down into there. Let me do this here. And then I'm going to try and get a little bit of that light going on this backpack or whatever that thing is. I'm going to try. No, I'm going to just get. Well, we already have Perline Crimson out there. How about a little. Not Naphtol Red. I'm looking for Perline Red. Where are you hiding? I think that's. Yep, there you are. It's like there's one thing I was wanting out here. I couldn't remember what the heck it was. It was that. Alright. Let's gear it up here. That's a little different shade. Oh, pink right there. Where's our crow or whatever the heck he is up here? Start getting that on these as well. And then there's another one of our. Yep, there's one back here. I thought so. I think the other one has one here too. It's in the backpack. Yeah, they all have some kind of whatever, some little friend in their backpacks. So Landrast, I know we were talking about this on the stream last night. I think they should just stick with the fantasy stuff, right? Because that other stuff, you can't do quite stuff like this. I think with the 40K-ish theme. So I think maybe just stick with what you do better, right, Landrast? I'm going to also maybe try to get some lighter stuff on the chompers as well. Alright, we're using the fabulous Naples yellow there. We're going to throw some like probably a asphaltum slash Indian yellow glaze on top of these as well eventually, but for right now, we'll stick with what we got here. Here's a bit of our violet on his face there. It's not quite. This is some of our very earliest stuff with the oils here. It's not quite the eyeball and teeth monster. It's not quite that. Or what was it? Was it this guy? No, it was this guy, right? Yeah. This actually. Oh yeah, we used a cobalt violet on that thing. So some of the. Well, we didn't have the radiance. We didn't have the Grand Oracle. We didn't have radiance when we did these, right? I don't think so. I don't think we had radiance back when we were doing those. 1 second here. There we go. Now we're back. Start making some of this stuff a little lighter. To actually, it's a well. There you go. There's a phthalo green and some of our white. Let's see where that is gonna go. That's gonna go into a few spots here. This is really putting the if a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere, right, Camda? So Camda, if they that's probably a defunct sculpt there, Camda. Unfortunately, yeah, that probably doesn't exist anymore because they pretty much took out all of the old range now. That goes back to what 2020 there, Camda. So my guess is that that sculpt doesn't exist anymore. Maybe it does. I could be wrong. And if they've got a what would you say a modern day version of it or something like that? Maybe they do. Let me do this. Yeah, I think I probably got other miniatures that are real close to that. So that's a creature caster figure there, Camda. So yeah, that's not a Games Workshop figure. That is a creature caster figure. That was when they started going to more of their infantry. Now there it is. I'm just wondering. I knew there was one of these hiding here. Finally found it. There. Okay. And some of that on here. Where's even? I wonder if I want to almost come back towards almost like a white mix with that, maybe. Let's see how that goes. More, yeah. Let's get a little bit more light in here too. Now Kagomi's Fury. Have you still been doing some of the? Had a chance to do some of the. I know you were doing a lot of the really large scale stuff. It's funny now, Kago, with the FDM printing. I mean, this is now on the small side for about. You can see how big that is. Well, some of the busts I'm printing now are twice that size almost. Because yeah, the it's kind of facilitated now by the being able to do the FDM printing. Almost get a little bit of the pinkishness in the arm there. Let's lighten up this too. So we're what, about 1 hour 19 minutes in. Where's my there's my phthalo green. Try to get a little bit of that in here. Some of these knuckles and such. We might have to get a little bit of rusty stuff on his plague mask there too. Got a little crow up here. Where's here it is. There's again some more of our violet. some of these spots here. And they kind of alternate between having like regular hands and then tentacles and then other stuff. That sounds about right, Camden. I can't click on it, but that sure sounds right. Now, is that an STL now, Camden? Because remember, they converted all of their existing stuff was converted, I believe, over to STL. So if that's an STL, well then, all bets are off, right, Camden? Then it would be possible. I don't know if it fits into their, what the heck is it called? Oh, Judgment. Yeah, Judgment. I think that's their game. Well, here we get some more of this now, and I think Kathy's sister sent me in amongst all that well, the gambling stuff. I could swear that Cobalt Violet was one of the colors. I could be wrong, but I think Cobalt Violet was one of the colors. I'd have to go back and check out that video. But yeah, all of their old resin, even like some of their resin dragons and the resin monsters, those have been retired, shall we say? I think that's maybe the word for it. Where are we at here with this? Yeah, we'll do that. Let's get a little bit here of the that buckle. We also just need at least a little light. Good. No. I'm gonna go back to the phthalo colors for this. Again, that's our phthalo green that's going to be mixing with a violet, because it's just a natural thing, right? Phthalo green and violet, those are two natural mixing colors for sure, right, Camda? Trying to hit that again, and then we'll probably come back with some really dark colors to start sharpening up some edges as well. I'm going to start getting me a little bit of phthalo in here too, because that's a natural metal color for sure. Phthalo green, of course, it is right next to right next to our Terra Rosa. So Veilfair, I thought I cleaned it. Now it seems to be okay, but it acted a little bit weird again. I It had been long enough. I went to do a Google on it, and somebody basically all they did was they took their phone camera, they stuck it on the build plate with the thing reversed, and you could sort of see the lidar sensor sitting there. So instead of having to take things apart to get to it, you basically just created like a periscope, Velfira. Yeah, it's like you made your own little telephone periscope in reverse and used that. And of course, oh, Canada, I still have to try your solution there too. That's not going to happen till Monday because there's just too much stuff going on right now. Because tomorrow, all of a sudden, got very. I was thinking that I could maybe do some things tomorrow. Nope, tomorrow is. We're going to be losing a chunk of tomorrow as well. So Velfira, it depends when I get back. But I would think it would be Flat Thursday holiday style. Do I have one of my ornaments? I don't have one of the ornaments, but I do have these. So this is most likely what you're going to see, Valfira. Now, of course, actually, Valfira, perchance, what if, I mean, it can't hurt, because all it is just just type in the thing. Valfira, what if I was to say, change our flats to circular? So we make a circular one of these, and it has a little hole. I'll take a picture of that or scan that or something and feed that in, and we'll see if we can actually translate our compositions to a circle. Because that would be terrible, right, Velfira, if all of our Middle Earth things were to be circular flats? See what I did there, Camda? The world is round, but it's also flat. Ah, see that? Then we could actually paint planets on Flat Thursday that would be Earth. Because remember, all of our other planets, those could be painted on any day, but we could only paint Earth on Flat Thursday. I know that we were kind of almost talking about that, Valfira, but it wasn't quite so stark as in, holy smokes, we got to try it. Actually, Valfira, I hate to do this to you, but could you shoot me a reminder message? Because it's been that kind of a weekend that's a fantastic idea. It would be a shame to forget about that. But I don't know. What do you think that recoil? Do you think that could work? I just don't know if it start cutting things off again. That'll be the question. Is will it have even more of a problem turning that into a circular composition with that little hanger thing on it? Now, if you tell it this is what I want to do, sometimes it's a little more forgiving. But I mean, it's worth a try. It's just typing in a prompt. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I mean, I don't know, right, recoil? Here's the reason why it popped into my head is because I thought, geez, we need a ton of these things. Wouldn't it be nice if I could paint two of them at once? And if essentially they're already flats, well, as we saw, we're painting two flats, right? Mostly because I don't have to sit there and spend, oh, I don't know, half an hour on the drawing phase. It's already there. So that's what made me think of doing the circular flats. Thanks, Velfira. So since we don't have enough things to already do in our GPTs, right? Recoil, we had to come up with more stuff because we just don't have enough. We only have about 7,500 things we're trying to do there. We need to create more. I'm telling you, Camden, that's why I got to get that extra Surface Pro, if anything else, to have one more machine where I can be doing all of these different generation programs. Because again, one of the main purposes of the machines is to be able to film, edit, and process the videos. Oh, and also streaming. Minor details. Where's the other guy here again? So, 1 hour, 29 minutes, and 39 seconds ago, these two guys look just like him. Yep, it happens quick. Now, as long as I let it think its idea, right? It's its idea, right, Velfira? Now, I think, well, here, let's say we got these two guys. Now we're starting to have these violets and greens. Let's see what happens when we take those away. And also our rust is probably all going to go away. Yeah, can't even see the rust there because that's a color. That's a color contrast. That's not a value contrast. Yeah, they don't look terribly nurgly now, do they? You bring that back, and they definitely have more of a flavor, don't they, Doji? Have a good Sunday there, Doji. And of course, well, we'll see you on your Tuesday. Now, even here, I mean, okay, that sort of looks like lighting from there. And I guess it sort of does from here, but nowhere near what it looks like when we have our color back. There you go. Look at that. Very, very fabulous. Where's that? There it is. So appreciate you being here, Doji. And again, have a fabulous Sunday. As always, yeah, I was hoping you can kind of get back to those projects there. Get back to some more cobalt teal bluish goodness. All right, it is time to start going the other direction here. Start doing some darker things. Let's do that. I mean, it's and we know what's going to happen, right, Velvet? We're basically kind of bracing to see it, and then we see it, and we say, man, every time we see it, we're just like, wow, look at that. Even though we know that's probably what's going to happen. But seeing is believing, right, Velfira? We get, there we go, some of that in there, and then also here on our Raven. We'll get some more of our blue up there. We'll get some of the Prussian blue mixed in with that as well. Nope, that's going to be a different. We're going to do something different with that. Oh, yeah, this is where we get that hand sticking out of here. Where's our... Apparently we got a whole bunch of holes here in his coat. Looking a little bit like Swiss cheese over here. So I believe at the 2-hour mark, what I'll do is I'm going to refresh the medicine. Yeah, let's get some dark in here. Just darken down some parts of this axe handle. Some more stuff on the little birdie there. Nice to see their sea dragon. Valfira, it would just have to be only the only thing that would show up would be the lighter rust, Valfira. That's the only thing that would ever show up. So great to see you there, Sea Dragon. So yeah, Camda, now the one nice thing about it, Camda, is that it's unlimited. Unlike all my other ones, it's like, oh, you just ran out of credits. Now, Recoil, have you ever run out of Suno credits? Because I have no, I certainly haven't run out of credits. Now maybe it's because I'm just not. Oh, you know what? You know what might start chewing up credits there, Recoil, is if I start modifying existing songs. Now yeah, that's probably where we would run across. Whoops, there we go. Chewing up those credits real fast in Suno if I was to start. Because what I want to do is again get the high level version and then start altering some of those ones that were like 90% there and even 95% there. But something tells me that that's what's going to cost a lot. So Cam did nope. That's what I was saying is that if you get the paid version of GPT, they don't say, "Oh nope, you're out of credits." Hey, there's surface tension. You know what it's time to do there, surface tension. Go ahead and share those fabulous oil painting links. So no, Canva, there's definitely no limitations on it because I do hundreds and hundreds of images a day, basically. It's everything else that's limited. It's the only thing that's not. Because if it was, oh man, it would be bad news, Camda. Oh man, that'd be bad news. Because, oh my gosh. I mean, again, every day, or every hour pretty much that I'm not streaming, there's upwards of, let's see, this one, two, three, four, there's upwards of 6 devices at once doing images. And I'm not, that's not an exaggeration. If I had a seventh device to do them on, it would be doing it on that one too. Everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just posted. Get fabulous oil painted miniatures. So surface tension, I think you just heard that right. The concept of circular flats. Yes, what if we were to make, I picked this up because obviously this is what we would be painting on Thanksgiving, and I went, wait a second, this is flat. What if we just put our designs on here? And again, I kind of trace this shape or whatever and say, hey, look, keep this little hanger thing up here. That's about the same thickness as our flat surface tension. So everybody, again, please check out that link that Surface Tension just posted. So yeah, Kagome's Fury, because it's we're. I don't know if you saw the Denethor video and the Kathy tribute video. Those were basically little precursors to the Army Showcase videos that are. Well, I'm hopefully going to have at least 2 of them. The Gandalf one and the Battlestar Galactica one done by Thanksgiving. I'm going to try to also have maybe the Galadriel one done, not the Dark Queen Galadriel, but regular Galadriel. Camden, I was that's a limited way to think about it. Several small countries. I was thinking several star systems, Camden. Yeah, I mean, why think small and just like that's very provincial, right? Just okay, we're going to take over some countries. We should really think of taking over entire star systems. I think that's a little bit more that meets our ambition, right, Camden? I definitely think so. So surface tension, that is basically all I would be doing. Is just telling GPT, cut off what you need to, but stick this on one of those ornaments and see how it goes. It may not happen, maybe it does, but only one way to know, right? Recoil, we got to give it a shot. Trains don't try things, or trains try things, tracks do not, right? Recoil. I know Kagome's Fury, appreciate the raid. Everybody again, please give Kagome's Fury a follow. Actually, Kago, why don't you share your stuff one more time before you head out? Before it's sleepy times there. But thanks as always. Appreciate that, Kago. And again, have a fantabulous Sunday. Look at this. Look at that phthalo going on there. Now it's time for some violet. So, I mean, that's what we're putting on the brush right now is some violet. We're going to mix phthalo green and violet together. That's a green and a red, which should give us a nice little kind of grayish tone. So everybody check out that Instagram link. That's it, Camda. That's it. Here in Wappleville, we have the power to flatten the entire universe. We will flatten the universe. Ah, that needs more of our violet there too. Almost forgot about that. Let me do this. Where's my white up here? Come on, more of that violet. Okay, we don't want it to be too light. What was it? Grand Valfair Galactic Overlord, right? That's yes. Titles such as Emperor and all that other kind of stuff. I mean that's good for starters, but we have to think bigger than that. And I think Galactic Overlord is definitely more appropriate. Let me see if I can take this Radiant Green, combo this up with our Phthalo Green here. No, we're still gonna go lighter than that eventually here. Is that okay? That's still part of his coat there. Come on, give me some of this here phthalo green. I gotta break that down. 1 second. 1 second. There we go. Come on. Boom. There we are. So yeah, Velfair, even this right here, like this phthalo we're putting here, the only way you'd see it is if it was lighter than our violet in film noir. Otherwise, it'd be just disappear, be gone. Never know it was there. Almost like Alabama in the top 10, right? Or Texas. Yes, I think Texas is making an exit, Valfira. Yeah, Hook 'em Horns just got hooked pretty bad. Or does it discourage them, Valfira? Or sorry, Surface Tension? Actually, Surface Tension, now I'm visualizing like a can of Raid. Oh, no, a paint tube. Raid in a paint tube form there, Surface Tension. Yeah. Yeah, Raid as a paint tube. I'm going to bring you over here. No, no, no. Oh, there it is. It's like, wait a minute. What's the green we've been forgetting? That would be our Oxide. How are we forgetting Oxide University? Holy smokies. Let's not do that. Let's not forget Oxide University here. That is one of the most well-known schools in all of Wappleville. And we never did get any of this up here on his little face. We shall do that now. Lighter, lighter, lighter. Oh, yeah, with maybe some... Oh, here we go. Oxide green and some of our crazy, like, lemon yellow color, because that's delicious. That should be quite delicious there. Let's give him an eye. Some of that on his knuckles here. Some of that over here. So yeah, Rico, I'm really curious to see, will it run into a situation where it tries to cut things off? Now, of course, if it's not a portrait type of thing, maybe we won't have that. Won't even be a factor at all. We can hope. Breaking this down over. That's just some of our white and the Naples yellow together there. to get the ends of, well, whatever those are a little lighter. I think they're supposed to be chompers. Actually, I think they're supposed to be chompers over here too, of all things. And that's what we're going to go with. Yeah, see, we're not even 2 hours in here yet, and that's what we're going to be doing. A lot of rest of the stream is trying to find all kinds of wild and crazy color combos to put in places here. I mean, it's chaos Napoleonics. We can, I think we can afford to do some wild and crazy things with something that's just wild and crazy of a concept here. Nice to see you there, Inganes. Everybody, please give Inganes a follow, and of course, like usual, Inganes, happy Sunday, and why don't you share some stuffs in the chat? Inganes also works with the oil paints, so go check that out. So again, Camda Paints does the oils, Inganes does the oils, and of course, check out the link that Surface Tension posted, because Surface Tension also paints with the oils. So go check out all those folks. So some really amazing stuff. There you go. Check out that Instagram link that Inganes just posted. So yeah, Inganes, I think you might have heard just as you were coming in, the new possible idea. Who knows? Maybe by Flat Thursday, Thanksgiving time, that would give me. Let's see, it's the 16th. That'd be this way. So I would have 11 days from today to try and create some of those. Maybe I'll just again I'll try and get that shape of that ornament, that raw shape of the ornament, and just take some, okay, the Shire, and maybe get rid of the nameplate or something like that, but just say here, is there a way you could fit some of these concepts onto basically a Christmas ornament shape, which is just round with a hanger. So again, everybody check out that Instagram link that Inganes just shared. That is way too big of a blob of paint on there. Let's get rid of that. See how much lighter, look at how much lighter we can get there. Look at that. Yes, indeed. We can do this because guess what? The paint has had a chance to set. Look at this. See how that's mixing together? All of this stuff is very much wet. Unlike acrylics, where you would have to just laboriously layer that little by little by little. Here we said, nope, we are going strong to the hoop. None of that weak stuff. Yes, in basketball, that painted area, that was my domain. Enter there uninvited, and, well, your greeting will be somewhat rough. You will not be standing once you enter that painted area uninvited. Let's get more of this, yeah, more of this light over here. Come on, there we go. Some light on the edge of that one over here. And now we'll get some of this light on his coat up here. Don't want to lose that nifty little bit of phthalo green I was able to inject into that. So guys, hopefully everything still is going well with all the new additions. All 17 of them, however many it was, or let's say it probably feels like 37 right now. Even if it is only 3, each one has an outsized impact, right, in Gunnies? And again, Cam, to hopefully, as we speak now, you're kind of feeling a little bit more like yourself again. And yeah, no need to be handing the phone to somebody else and any incidents like was that last night's stream? Or was that the night before? All of a sudden, I've already it was last night's stream, I think. Sorry, already kind of had a brain freeze there. What is that? Is that? I think there's actually some eyeballs on his canteen, if you can believe that. There just might be. I had to look at it twice there to see, is that actually what I'm seeing? I think so. And again, we're going with the Austrian look on here. So we're, the blue on our French, obviously, and well, if we feel like there's a faction that's Russian, then we'll do the green on them. There's a couple of, here's another one of our eyes is there. Are there any on this side? No, I don't actually see any of the eyes over there. Oh, that's that crazy hand that's sticking out of the backpack there. Where's my, again, here's this much lighter color blammo. Look at that. Much lighter. More of that over here. It should be catching some of that light. And again, well, now we're starting to get closer to 2 hours. 1 hour 52 minutes ago, both of these guys were completely paint-free objects, as we say here. Going back to our oxide green, but we're also going to plus that up with a little bit of the umbar here. So there's another crazy warm green that's going into this. So we don't have enough crazy colors. Let's make another. Why not? Indian yellow and our chromium oxide green would be really nifty also. Come on, what's happening with this here? I'm gonna work that up in here. Why not? We are still trying to recover from a wild and crazy college football Saturday here. I mean, there were some upset specials. There were almost some mega upset specials, as in like earth-shattering, as in 110 times out of 5 these things would never happen, and yet they almost did, all on the same day, almost at the same time. Back to here. There's that violet. A smidge of it there, and I'm gonna. Oh, here we are. Where's Prussian blue and some of our sky blue? Let me see what happens. Some of that works its way onto this. Not a bunch, just a little bit here. So image to STL will do them, but you have to set your shape on a transparent background. The other thing, surface tension, is that I'm hoping it's possible surface tension that 11 days from now I might be using Meshy to create some if not all of the STL files. So that is something that we're going to be trying out this week. Again, among the 1,500 other things we're doing this week, we're also going to be trying out, as I add some of our blue up here, we're going to be trying out Meshy for the first time. Uh, Methinks that uh, lots of frustration will either in the early days or throughout. I'm going to start with the monthly. Yes, that will be more, but I'm just going to start out with the monthly thing just in case we go, you know what, that just doesn't work. I'll probably do a little thing in GPT and say, okay, how do I get circular shapes, to. Now, is that in the options or in tools? There's surface tension. Oh yeah, surface tension. That is certainly worth it. Yes, indeed. Actually, surface tension. If you wanted, if you wanted to take some of the designs that I've sent you already, because I know you've got some of the designs there. If you want to just bring them into GPT and pop a little hanger on the top of them or something like that, because remember it did that with the. Do I actually have? Oh, here. Well, you can see it here. Look at GPT actually did create that. Oh, it also. Oh, look at this. It even did that. That's in the days when it was actually making STL files. So I'm kind of in with the darker stuff here. We'll be coming back to do some of our lighter rust effects on here too. I'm just gonna. Well, there we go. That's we just made ourselves another gray. Actually, this is another fun one here, Landris. The Naples yellow mixed with the something like Mars black. That could also make kind of a real kind of what would you say reflective light for your brass cartridges there. Actually, surface tension. I might have with the frames. I might have actually done that by accident with the frames surface tension because I brought it in with this being white. Yes, I brought it in with this being white because this whole back part here that was added an image to STL with the flat part of it or the base. So yeah, that's I think I've already done that. Yep. Well, there you go. Great minds think alike, right? Surface tension. And of course, as we know, a mime is a terrible thing to waste. I'm going to go with this and our oxide green here. So yes, I've already actually done that surface tension. Because it was, I was thinking I was going to have to somehow do that in like the bamboo slicer and somehow reverse engineer it back into an STL file. Blending brush, blending brush. We'll use this. So here we're just going to do this. This little tap, tap, tap. That's all we're doing. All right. Got a little bit of the sky blue in that. Oh, the darker. Violet, 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 violet. Maybe a little bit of our burgundy there. That would be our fabulous pearling crimson. Over the top we go. Oh, and tomorrow the next video is going up on the Patreon page. That's going to be the second part of our series on sculpting the Fellowship. So yeah, we basically did the 9 Fellowship of the Ring members, and we sculpted those in Eldritch Foundry. Now I'm taking a little bit of our Mars Yellow Deep, mixing that in with the Terra Rosa. It's not a glazy thing at all. It's pretty much just 50-50 thinner in paint. Actually, surface tension, I've never asked it to create something. It's always been like, create these orthographics for Meshi or something. I've never actually said, hey, you know what? Why don't you do this for image to stl.com instead? I mean, it can't hurt to ask it to see if it could do something for that. I mean, so it says no. Or it says it can and then it can't, which that's happened before, right? Surface tension said, oh, I can do that, no problem. It's like, nope, you can't. Get a little bit more of that rusty stuff down. Oh, wait, that's the lighter rust anyway. Where's our guy with the axe? There it is. So I didn't do it for the frame there, surface tension. I did that in Photoshop. Yeah, that wasn't GPT that cleared out the center part of the frame. That was me in Photoshop because I had to, because it was rendering the interior. It was shading that too. Surface tension, I was trying to take the autocorrect monster and it was either 4 times or 5 times in a row. It just created the same error. And the final 4 times it made the error, it said, look, I fixed it. And obviously I really wanted to use some more colorful metaphors, but it just said, no, you didn't. Until it finally admitted, like again, the teenager caught red-handed. It's like, oh, yeah, I didn't do it right. And as we say here all the time, the AI stuff could not conquer a kindergarten class, much less the world. There we go. It couldn't conquer an empty phone booth. Okay, I thought there was a little bit of fuzz on the end of that brush. More of this. there's my phthalo green. A little bit of that on there. That hand. Where's the? Here we are. Here we are again. Looking to get some of our greens into the, well, fleshy tones here. Also, probably some more violet. Actually, that's his shirt there. Let's change that around. This part here actually is something else. Gonna grab me some of our fabulous umbar. Like we do. So seeing a bit there, surface tension. Yeah, surface tension. It's been almost 70 degrees here now for 2 days. Go figure. Just big acrylic made it cold enough to wipe out the garden, and then made everything super warm again. Now there's our, that's the Hansa yellow that we're using here. Just letting that again mix into some of that stuff. And now I'm going to try this up here. Just because. Where's our other guy? We'll do the same deal here. Same deal. That almost looks like a cucumber. Because of the way they did the texture on this little extra whatever on his hat, it does very much look like a cucumber. Get some orangey stuff going on that now. And what do we? So 2 hours 7 minutes ago, these two lads here. That is exactly how they looked because they were all primed at the same time. So yeah, these two guys look just like this guy. So just a little bit of a change there. Where's it? It's like, wait a minute, there's another place our lighter rust can go here. Down there too. Doing our pearling crimson. We got it mixed with the not radiant violet. Not maybe more just a white. Yeah, let's try that. Let's see what happens with us here. All right. And again, that's not one little step later. That is significantly later because, as you can see, it all just mixes when it hits the surface there. Hashtag no layers when it comes to the oil paints. I mean, I guess you could do layers. You could also just do acrylics because, again, that's kind of the approach you would use with the acrylics. With the oils, you don't want to use those because, if anything, you are stacking up your drying time a bunch. As in, like, holy smokes, exponentially longer drying time for no benefit. There was some kind of side benefit to it, alright, fine. But there is zero benefit to it. All it does, again, it makes it take longer to dry, which probably creates more scheduling chaos. What am I here? Again, that's some of the Naples yellow, some of our white mixed together here. That's another one of those canteens again over there. Now I need to come back maybe with some more of my darker stuff. Here, let me get some of this. No, no, let me just get all that out of there, and let's try to come back with some of our violet here. We'll just kind of darken up them out, and then we'll make it lighter teeth and such in there. So what we're going to do again, we're just going to go refresh that medicine super quick. Don't go anywhere, because we're going to, again, keep adding some more lights in here, some more crispy details. We got to do a whole bunch more on that raven up there. We haven't really messed with him in quite some time. So we'll be doing a whole bunch of lighter things on a lot of these little trim areas. You've got maybe even add some rust there on his plague mask. Don't go away. We shall be right back. as promised, we return. When we get closer to 3 hours, we will break out the fast matte white because there's some really light highlights that we're going to want to do here. I got this is even lighter phthalo green here. Some of the stuff on the skin, I think. There, and then we're gonna have to get some of our. Oh, you know what? That's gonna require. Let me just take a little brief backtrack to some rust here on that bad boy. There you go. And now that's gonna stand out some more. Okay. All right. Just had to take a little quick pause right there to do that, and now we're back to this again. And we've been putting some of that again out here on our metal. Now, I was definitely thinking of doing some blood effects on this here. I was entertaining the idea of once all this dries, doing some blood or the dirty down stuff. Yeah, some dirty down to do whatchamacallit, slime or drool or whatever you'd want to call it. I don't even know what you would call it at this point. Not sure. A little bit of our lighter rust color on some of this here. It's all too light, so we'll take that and boom. See, that took about 90% ish of that away. Left the rest though, which is fine. And I'm gonna get me a little bit of that on his plague mask up there. Not a ton. Here's again some more of that, almost like a bluish color because the your crows slash ravens, they have that little bit of almost like a sheen to them. So almost more like a bluish black as opposed to black. Yeah, there's even some violet too in a crow's feathers. All right, now let's start to get a little lighter with this. Can you see him here? I think so. Yeah, I think you can. So sometimes your ravens, they'll have almost like these dramatic highlights on them because of essentially the shininess, for lack of a better term. I'm going to try to integrate some of that now into our birdie there. Look at the birdie. Nope, 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 nope. Let me get that stuff out of that brush. Try and get that out of that. Let's do. There we go. Okay, we don't need that much glob of paint on there. We can do a little bit less glob. And nope. Once again, it's like we got an eraser. Look at that. It's like we got ourselves an eraser. Let's take this up here. Our crazy burgundy color with maybe a little bit of the perline red, and now that's almost a little bit of a glaze around it. Looks like what we were doing with our rust. Yeah, let's just leave it like that first, and now we'll take the Naples yellow and our red. Something lighter here. Maybe not quite that light here. Let's flex that back a little bit. I think we'll try that. And now one more round of lightness on that. See what this will do. Right there. All right. Okay. Let me get this a little more on the Skelly friends. Oh, here's another. Here is another place. Here we got this violet, lighter violet, and mid-tone to lighter violet. I need to go down over here, I think. Oh, you know what else we have to do? Actually, I'm going to do that now while I'm thinking about it. 1 second here. Just like our Trench Crusade figs, yes, we have forgotten almost about this concept here. We took our weathering powders and we go blammo while the paint is wet, because that's just going to fuse with the oil paint then. And then we don't do any kind of fixative stuff, none of that malarkey. Yes, gee whiz. And you know what? That's going to go on here. Yeah, look at that. That's a nice quick way to get that looking all dusty and muddy or whatever. Instead of sitting there doing all kinds of crazy painting or whatever, it's like, nah, just chuck some weathering powders on there. That's what I started doing this, I think, with my bolt action stuff. Yeah, and that, well, guess what? It took way less time, and it's got a nice little texture to it as well. I mean, it's distinctly different than everything else on the miniature. Bam, there we are. Look at that. I mean, I could have done some dry brush of Van Dyke Brown or whatever on the end of this, or I could just do this, and that's faster. That's easier. Faster and easier is well. That's the way we like to think about stuff here. Is faster and easier. It's the Jim Dark way, right, Camda? Yeah. All right. Well, there you go. Now, since we've just done that, I'm actually gonna do the that little bit of the not blackest black on the base here. Especially now that I just added the powders on there, I need to see, yeah, see the difference in how much darker that is. So now I know I don't need to really do too much more as far as making the base any darker. I don't think I need to really make it any lighter either. I don't think so. I think we'll be just fine with that. And now you can see again the difference between what that and that. Look at how light that is. Again, that's just was that the Steinerez dark brown primer, ebony flesh, dark brown primer. That's it. And there. So yeah, I don't think I really need to mess around too much more with the base as far as trying to get additional values on there. Thanks, Cam, to appreciate that. I wasn't really sure at first with these guys, because just not knowing anything about them. Right? I was just kind of looking at them at what the heck are these things? They had kind of given me a like a little rough description of what they were, but I just it wasn't really fathoming. Yeah, there we go. Words. I do words. I do words, Camja. I don't say that I do the words well. I just do words. Now, I was just about to put some of our Pearling Crimson over the top of this. I should wait till later. Another thing we do post hour 3 is grab this stuff here. So this is our, as it says, Alkyd medium. And we'll do some of those crazy blood-ish. Is that a new ism there, Camda? I guess that qualifies as a new ism, right? Yes. Yeah, I do words for a living, or not. Yeah, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe that whole pantomime thing. Maybe we need to revisit that. Let me try to get some more light here. Yes. Oh no, maybe pantomime is the way to go. Now, of course, if we're going to do interpretive dance, we either have to have a much wider camera angle, or we just have the miniatures do the interpretive dance. So Grand Oracle has Grand Oracle has been converted to the dark side. Cause that and see that's just it, Grand Oracle, and I think I've done that once or twice. You can still wipe it away, kind of like a pre-glaze, right? I mean, it just and of course there's the speed quotient. I mean, it is undeniable, right, Grand Oracle? Now, I do believe that the last major thing that we did the pre-glaze on was the Zygomores. But the Zygomores really just, they pretty much literally screamed pre-glaze. It seems so antithetical, right, Grand Oracle? And I'm right there with you because what was my latest airbrush? Was that an airbrush workshop or was that no? That it was an airbrush workshop. Remember, I thought the masking stuff. Oh yeah, remember the masking stuff? And I'm thinking, okay, this could take a lot less time on terrain. It's like, nope, it took longer because you got to factor in all the cleanup stuff, right? There's more prep stuff. It's like this did not take less time. It took more time, and it should in your brain. You're thinking this has to take less time. It's got to. There's no way it's not taking less time. That was one of the more shocking takeaways from that video. Grand Oracle was it, and I didn't time it, right? So we don't have like it took this much more time than that whatever. That's why we'll be doing some more follow-up videos on that with my Elven terrain, the Lothlorien stuff. Now that is going to be in a very compressed color range, which is why I thought maybe the airbrush thing might work for that. So in the Jim Dark universe, Camda, it's called Oil Chop. I'm telling you, Rico, I gotta try and make some kind of a graphic for that. I don't quite know, other than just like literally, it's a panel that says Jim Dark, and it's a metal panel, but it's super rusted and all gritty and pitted. I know that actually Rico, that sounds simple enough. Yeah, just like say here, make this panel, and it says Jim Dark. and it's all rusted and corroded. It's got the stains on it, right? Happy Sunday to you there, Peace Talker. Great to see you. I hope that all is well. So it's 2 hours 30 minutes again, and about 20 to 30 minutes we'll break out the fast matte white, and then we'll try and get some of our lightest highlights. Then, of course, what do we have to do? We have to maybe do some of our little blood effect type stuff as well. We will try to get some of that going. I can't wait to listen to that recoil. I hope recoil that it just, frustrating as it is, there's just something right recoil when you get when that song when it comes out right, and you listen to it, and there's just that really nifty satisfaction that comes from that. It's kind of hard to beat. It really is. And that is really it, right? Grand Oracle is. I guess I can understand the temptation to want. Well, in this situation, or I always do this instead of well, maybe in this situation you got to do this instead. I can understand why folks they just want to go. I just want to do it this one way every time, not have to worry about you know different ways of doing things, different process or something. That's understandable. But it didn't quite work that way, does it? Well, not if you're looking to find that kind of maximum efficiency. Boy, I've never used that recoil. I've never used that. Like I said, I would imagine that the first opportunity I get to do like the higher level Suno stuff and the meshy stuff would be Tuesday. Yeah, it ain't going to happen on Monday. Well, that's good. Well, it's another possible resource. I mean, more resources, more better, right? Recoil. There can never be too many. And Rico, that combination of the GPT and the Suno is just so powerful. And now, since it's having a hand in just writing the prompts, it knows it knows the kind of stories that I'm looking to have, and now it knows basically how to do the keyframes. As far as okay, you know what this, and it pretty much for the most part it's gonna do an image that I would like there, but every so often it surprises me. Like some of those ones, the Corsairs of Umbar that I sent you, some of those were not frames that I would have thought of just off the top of my head. I kind of had my own idea, my own concept of things, and that's where it said, well, you know what? I listened to your song too, and maybe this could be part of the song as well, or part of the video. So it is. It's almost like having again another person that maybe is looking at it, going, "Well, that's good. Maybe this would be better." All right, yeah. Let's get that little touch of light right there. I want. What do we want? And I'm gonna take. Okay, this is gonna go back to our Perling Crimson. Some of our white in there. I mean, again, we got phthalo green on here. We got all kinds of stuff. I also have to get some of the some pupils or something here onto the those eyes on the other side. Just trying to lighten that up a bit. Also here. Yeah, there we go. Now the underside of that. I'll just use maybe... not here. Let's get to some of this pains... No, sorry, indigo. We haven't used that in a while. Come on. Here, let's go there. And now... Nah, that didn't quite go where we really would like it, but we'll go back and mess with that in a little bit. You know what? I'm going to hit those, make them darker. Maybe even some of these straps here, make those darker. Must have dark to show the light. So now we are 2 hours 36 minutes in, and yeah, about 15-ish minutes or so. We'll break up the fast mat way. We'll do like some of our lightest highlights in places, and then I'll break out the alkyd medium, and we'll see if we can't get ourselves some kind of slime slash blood effects, because I mean, of all the things where it would be appropriate would be well, guys like these. Yeah, maybe lighten up the ends of not sure whether there's these tree branches sticking out of some of them, but there are. Don't know quite what that is about. Our yellow, I'd say that is quite the lemon yellow coat. It's gonna just go on this, the handle of the saber here. So, okay, that's that hand. Back to this. Maybe we'll just let the blood effect do more of it, the work there. Alright, we got the phthalo green one more time here. I gotta break that down. That's kind of been sitting there a while. There, oh, there we are. Oh, pretty good down over here with it. I'm gonna try and get me some of that up on his face here. Oh, there, that's good. That wouldn't really to make it lighter. That was more of a saturation contrast than a value contrast. Come on. Outer side of his chin there. Yep, got that. Where's our other guy here? Doesn't have a fail. We have to get some more light on our raven there. But first on his fingers. At least some kind of mid-tone-ish turquoise there. Also down here, we haven't really done a whole bunch with that. Nah, let's get this as a micro blending brush. Yeah, Camda, was it Monday? Yeah, I'll try to do that. That suggestion that you had there. Here's hoping. Here's a hoping. Back to this violet and some of that. Again, that's not the fast matte white. That's still the. But look at this candle. Yeah, here. So think of this. This is what, a 50 mil tube, right? Not 50. That's a 50 mil tube. That would have been fast matte white, Grand Oracle. I mean, that is easily 37 mil right there, right? That would have wiped out a whole thing of fast matte white. So that is one way to preserve it. Uh, I'm just gonna I'm gonna look around on eBay, and who knows, maybe there just happens to be some sitting on eBay somewhere. I don't know. Now, okay, then Ken, of course, there was that titanium white that you were using that you really liked also. Yeah, I mean, one of the big things it is it's the Photoshop thing, because that is an ancient version of Photoshop, and let's put it this way: there's some Windows 10 machines like this Surface Pro can't get it on there, cannot get it to work on there. I mean, of course, part of the thing is that version of Photoshop is so old. The way you get it on your machine is via a DVD-ROM, which no Surface Pro ever has. Yeah, and since it's safflower oil, it's probably got an even longer drying time. That's just one of the things I noticed about the safflower oil, is that's gonna pump up those drying times a lot. Come on, there we are. Try to lighten up the edge of that backpack a little, and then we got this crazy. I believe that's a canteen over there. Might not be, but I think it is. So, no, nope, nope. We're gonna wait. We're not gonna do the fast matte white yet. We're really trying to do all these other things first before we delve into that. Oh, let me do this here. Actually, it's funny. Surface tension. You know how I was saying that whatchamacallit, the sky reels completely changed the interface. Let's put it this way: it's so changed, it's almost impossible to find all of your stuff. You have to go through serious machinations to just find what your existing stuff that you already made. So yeah, sky reels all of a sudden. Well, let's put it this way: I'm not exactly wedded to sky reels anymore because I don't use it for music, and I'm not so sure. Again, we'll see if it at least still has the same functionality it used to have, but I'm not even sure it has the same functionality anymore. So we might have to be looking for ultra again. I think I'll still stay with it at least for a while. At least till I get the first couple of videos made. Alright, let me try to get some of this dark around our raven there and his eye over here. Beak. Back to that almost like a lighter grayish blue for down there. Can't zoom this away. Now, one of the things that I believe is part of the new Suno is an image thing that does background removal, but of course it comes with a price, right? It's like, am I going to seriously spend my credits on removing backdrops from photographs, which I can do in my Photoshop, instead of saving those credits for, well, I don't know, the animations that I need to do? Back to my Indian yellow here. I'm just going to take this, throw that here super quick. Now this. Come on, back over this here.
Who enters my domain?
Now somebody is trying to enter my domain. I think that is Mike Disney. How you doing there, Mike? Welcome to our domain. Everybody please give Art of Mike Disney a follow. Yeah, Landrast, oh gosh, Armored Wolf. I think it's on my phone too. It's some kind of an app that just kind of automatically deletes backgrounds and such. So, Mike, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. That would be fabulous. So, we're painting up these crazy. Now, this is one we did last night. So, these are from Signum Games here. Think Napoleonic Wars, but with a twist. Kind of a chaos twist. Look at that. Is that crazy, Mike? Look at this. This is just wild here. Again, this was last night. These two, 2 hours and 48 minutes ago, that's what they looked like. They looked like that, not like this. And we're just about to get to break out some of our fast matte white here. Look at this. I mean, Grand Oracle, that's not too shabby, right, considering how long we've been using this. Yeah, Landrast, was it Photostat? I forget what the name of it was, but it was definitely one that Armored Wolf had introduced me to. So everybody please give Art of Mike Disney a follow. And of course, Mike, if you want to share any stuffs in the chat there, please go right ahead. Yeah, Mike, so check this out. We now have, where's our frame? Here we go. I haven't gotten the later stuff in here yet, but I now have frames. Looky here. Printing out frames for our fabulous flats here. Yeah, basically using the same process for making the flat itself is what I used for making the frame. And of course, here was our last, this was our Thursday stream right here. Little Dark Queen Schmaladriel. And of course, well, we have all sorts of brand new flats here. Here's our, this is our Oriental theme here. It's almost like trading cards. Gotta collect them all. Look at this. And this is not all of them. There's still more to print out. And then there's the Arthurians. And now I have a whole bunch of Battlestar Galactica ones. I have at least this many Battlestar Galactica ones now that I still have to print out. But look at our fabulous Arthurian designs here. We have young and old Merlin. We have two versions of Galahad. We got Nimue, the Green Knight, Elaine of Alstott, and even Bedivere. I also have Luther Pendragon, Sir Kay, Percival, yeah. Thanks to Mike. And again, Mike, why don't you share some stuff in the chat? Like, oh, you got that Discord link, right, Mike? Yeah, you can share that, I'm sure. I think it works too, right? You tried it in the last stream and it worked, that link. So everybody please give Artemichael a follow. And yeah, I think this is their latest offering, Mike. I believe maybe a September Kickstarter or October even. It's maybe more like September-ish, October, whatever. Now we're starting to get some of that very, very latest light on here for some of our highlights, like you do. Need to, on his plague mask, I'm going to try to get a little of this light on some of the vents there. Like that. And of course, Mike, I'm sure that the stream was a blast. I didn't get a chance to see what you were working on. It was another one of those nights where it's like, holy smokes. I wanted to start streaming about 20 minutes ago. Just gotta go. Just gotta start streaming. There's no time to peruse who is doing what. So Starry Lemon, I guess it will depend on, are you looking to say very simple basing to start out with, or are you looking to maybe elevate that basing a little bit to, right away? Easiest way to do that is 3D printed basing bits like these right here. Do we have something here that's got, well, I mean, here, just examples like this. I believe there's 7 different 3D printed basing bits on that base alone. Now, there's at least 7 of them right there. And that's a tiny little figure. Now, here's again another one. Again, where the basing bits, that's a quick and easy way. Look at that. Here's another one right here. I just literally stuck the miniature on this thing. I didn't build that, or that was just a basing bit there, and I just put the miniature on there. So everybody check out that Discord link that Mike just shared. Now, some of the here. Oh, here we go. Here's so you got things like this, the crystals. That's very much a 40K thing. Or you've got here we go. Things like texture wars. Look at that, a nice little triple hex there. And where's here we go. So even things like bulletin board cork, that obviously, as you can see, it makes something that looks like concrete. It could be another surface. These are actually on the same. This is the same bulletin board cork stuff, the exact same stuff. That's fantastic, Art of Mike Disney. Again, everybody, please give Art of Mike Disney a follow. So it's all the same again. Sigmar stone we have. Well, again, we're using oil paints here now. Well, those they have their own bases there. Those crazy things. But let me see here. We've got. Well, look there you go. That's actually a 3D printing support thing there. And then again, that is a bulletin board cork, and you can again use that for Sigmar stuff too. The fabulous Welsh quick set, right, Camda? Let me try to catch a few here, more lights on his coat there. Because again, here's again more of the tree bits. It really helps to define kind of that wintry landscape there. Or again, here is another tree bits and other such things. You can check out my YouTube channel, my Instagram. You'll see with the scavens there with all the sewer type bases. I'll never forget years ago, surface tension. I think it was army painter or something like that, and it was their rock ballast, right? It was rocks, and I went, "This is not rocks. This is chopped up cork." Even at that time, we were sitting on 10 pounds of chopped up cork. Their surface tension, so I was not amused to discover that whatsoever. Yeah. So see you in a bit there, Mike. Can appreciate the raid. We're here again. We just got our fast mat weight out here, so we're doing our really bright highlights there, and then we're gonna try to add some of those fabulous kind of blood effects type things. See what we can do with that. Thanks for trying the link there, Grand Oracle. Well, we'll have to let Mike know when he comes back. I believe he is not at the computer right now, so I'll have to let him know. And I don't use Discord, so I wouldn't be able to tell anybody how to use that and make that work. No clue. Discord ain't my thing. That is why YouTube, I guess there's like a command or something like that that people do. Was it the exclamation point Discord or something like that? Yeah, ain't nothing gonna show up if you do that. You can do that all you want. You're not gonna see nothing. Surface tension, there was a part of me that was thinking I could take all of my bulletin board, like the stuff that literally is now just down to individual rocks. I was trying to think of a fast way to just kind of dye that in multiple colors, if you know what I mean. So like to try and give it some sense of light and dark instead of just like, okay, it's all just gray or something. To give it some sort of color, either like just maybe have a big container of it and just start hitting it with the spray cans. And it would literally be just something that I just dump out onto the table. See you later there, Grand Oracle. I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for the bitses and everything. And Grand Oracle, I'm glad that little experiment worked out the way it did. I mean, it's pretty wild, is it not? It's pretty wild. So again, Grand Oracle, happy Sunday. Well, we'll see you Monday, and of course, Grand Oracle Monday. We're going to be doing the Japanese part of the Victory at Sea starter box, because well, we did the U.S. contingent on stream last Monday. It's a rare couple of streams these days where I already have the stuff ready to go, which then immediately was switched to stuff where well I have plenty of stuff for Thursday, so technically Monday and Thursday. Surface tension. I prefer the exclamation point $10 million. Try that one and see if we have any success there. Who knows? It might be worth a try. Actually, now surface tension. There is a shall we say a trickster part of me that wants to go into somebody's stream now. Obviously, someone we know, and go into that and type in that exclamation point $10 million. Yeah, that's either that or exclamation point fabulous prizes. Yeah, exclamation point fabulous prizes. trying to find. There we are. Okay. Kind of letting that do its a little blending and mixing. Can't even tell that we did. There's actually powder on there right now. Yes, there is actual just weathering powder sitting on there, which again will fuse with the oils as the oils cure, because that's how that works. Again, that was another accidental discovery there. So Denethor's got the idea. I keep wanting to say hashtag with no exclamation point giveaway. Now, I would imagine that's an actual command. See, surface tension really has the best. Oh, yeah, surface tension's got a fantastic idea. Exclamation point Tuesday. Do that 200 times, there's surface tension, and we might have a chance to get caught up on all of this stuff that we need to do, all the AI stuff we need to do. I like that hashtag Tuesday right there. That is definitely got the right idea. Again, Tuesday is one of those mythical, magical things where we say, we just need more time. So we say, I need a Tuesday, which it's an extra day of the week. And you just say, oh, well, we're running out of time. I need a Tuesday to help me get this stuff done. Now, it might lead to some unusual circumstances, like it might be November 42nd or something like that. You look at the calendar and it's like, that ain't right. That would be because we called on the exclamation point Tuesday once or twice. Right, surface tension? Yeah, I likey that idea. Now we will ponder. Now? Let me keep using this while we've got the fast matte white out here. Then we'll get the alkyd medium out here, and we'll try to see what kind of blood slash slimy effects or whatever that we can add with that. So Camda, is that the 24-hour version of fallback, right? That the 1 hour time fallback, you do a sat unday. So basically, you undo the day. Oh, there you. Oh, that's it. That's even better, Camda. It's a redo. Yes, you say, okay, I don't like what happened today, so I'm just going to undo it. That will be the sat unday, because you're undoing the day. Now that might lead again to a little bit of time and spatial chaos or something like that. But of course, needs of the one certainly exceed the needs of the many. So that's a perfectly legit strategy, I think. Yes, it's a way to undo the day and get a restart. I do think that we have like 4,000 ways here to destroy the universe, pretty much, I think. Kind of from the inside out in very subtle ways. Alright, let's put you off to the side. Now, we'll see what we can get out of our little jar of alkyds here. Where can that go? I think I'm gonna just pop you over here. Now I've used this recently enough, and I'm just putting that little tiny dot out there. That's it, because that stuff travels. Man, does it ever travel! So we still have our fabulous Perline Crimson here, and just kind of beating that up a little bit, thinning it down. Before we start mixing that with our alkyds. All right, over here we go. Now again, that's also going to be increasing the glossiness, which is what we're looking for, and also the translucency, which is what we're looking for. Oh yeah, look at that. That is just the thing. Oh yeah, that is just the thing right there. That is very intense. Go and get. Let me take some of that off of there. Let me get some of that on the his coat there. Also over there. Well, oh, there it is. Yep. Oh, there we go. And then maybe even just a little. See a couple little. Now we'll talk about a texture contrast. Yeah. There's. That's like the seventh form of contrast. The seven deadly contrasts. That's a texture contrast. We have the rock texture, then we've got the powder texture, and now we got this shiny, uh, semi-translucent blood texture right there. And now on here, no, that's too much of the medium. There we go. Okay, let's do some of that. I might even get that a little darker. A little darker here. And not tons of it. Doesn't have to be a whole ton. Get some of that, and we'll just sort of stretch and pull this along here. Yeah, that is. I'm liking what that adds. Put a little bit of it even on that little tentacle there. Hit that again. Yeah, now of course that's kind of blocked by the axe. Oh, and that was something I was trying to do in the tutorial vid, was to put like a two-handed axe, move his hands. I came really close to being able to move his hands manually to be holding a two-handed axe, but that did not work. The controls only went so far. Ooh, look at that. That is very. Oh no, here. Well, let me go back here. We want this to be. That's more like it. More of that over here. Definitely some here, and then I'll just have that kind of run down. Look at that running down this leg there. It looks like. There's almost a little bit of a bob there. It starts to maybe kind of hang there a little. So looky there. And that will also again fuse to some of uh, the oil paint that's already there, and our weathering powders. Nice to see you there, Duke. So these figures are from Signum Games. This is a pretty new system. Again, I think this was a Kickstarter campaign they just did a month or two ago. And the idea is it's basically fantasy Napoleonic. So you've got, as you can see here, there's a regular French guy, but he's got this plague mask. Apparently, the French also have werewolves, and they also have vampires. This is the guy that we did on the stream last night. So kind of a vampire. He's got his little bat swarm over there. And then these two gents over here obviously kind of have well, a bit of a chaos flavor to them for sure. Yep. Well, we probably won't be doing that unless who knows, maybe they got a figure like that. I don't know. Let's keep going with our. Not too much of the blood effects over there. I think we're going to keep that over here. Like so. Now we're painting these guys up as Austrians, so we've got them with the white jackets there. If there's a faction that looks like they're Russians, well, we'll give them the white. We'll give them the green. And I'm guessing if they keep going with this, there'll be a British faction. Well, they'll get red, obviously. So see you on the Monday stream there. And again, surface tension. We'll be painting the IJN quotient of the Victory at Sea starter box there. Now that we've got all the American cruisers and destroyers all painted up. So I've been doing the miniature painting since 2001. Yeah, since 2001, really. It took over from the 2D art back in about late 2002, early 2003. Got used to do the two. Well, now we're back into the 2D art again. And of course, oh, that's right. I still have to. I did make a bas relief of this. This is a painting that we did. It was about a month ago or so. Yeah, we have a bas relief of that. We'll have to get that one printed out too. Now that's more of almost just the alkyd medium there because I'm trying to actually get that, have a little bit of shininess to it. Let that mix together. It's kind of funny, Duke. One of the things I've been trying to figure out, again, how uh, to do something in Blender where we're doing our flats. So, again, we've got our Trench Crusade flat. You can see there's a little bit of texture to that. Somewhere here I've got a print. There we go. Here's a printed one. Yeah, so this would be our next Trench Crusade flat here. So again, still trying to figure out the best way to make these. I've kind of been stuck using the image to stl.com for right now. And then of course, well, all of these flats here that we've been showing, that's what we've been using to make all of these is the image to STL. Hopefully maybe Meshy will work for those. Where did that brush go? There's oh no, we're not using that one. Think we've been using that. And actually I started this is what we actually painted a week ago right here. So there's a Loot Studios figure that's again 3D printed right there. And of course now we're doing our Eldritch Foundry stuff, and we made that. It's a Kathy's figure there, and well, after those American ships, we got at least 2 of our Battlestar Galactica ships that are all set and ready to go. So great to see you there, Duke. Appreciate you being here. There we go. So now again, that's a textural difference with the weathering powders there. That gave us that extra, right? It just kind of almost dries everything out. And then here we've got this almost like a liquid type of a look. And I had to, you know, I knew that I wanted to do that, but again, we don't want to be hasty little hobbits now, do we? Don't be hasty. That's what happens to hasty hobbits. Oh, thanks, Duke. Appreciate that. Actually, the other thing I do want to do is so instead of having to roll out the texture like this to actually be able to create the texture and then print that out. So how you doing there, Drews? Welcome in. Welcome in. Thank you so much for joining. Appreciate everybody being here. Now again, it's not these exact ship, but they are 1/1800 scale. So this coming Monday, we're going to be doing again the Japanese quotient to the Victory at Sea, but it's the same scale as this. Now this is one of our unicorn ships. That's an H class battleship there. Now our more standard IJN, they will be joining our Kidu Butai. Now that's well, I guess it also depends on the pose, right? I guess whatever material that base is going to be made out of. I don't have a Warhound Titan. Actually, as one of those Imperial Knights, I printed out one of those, and I think that goes on a smaller oval base. If I think that's what people have been telling me. Yeah, it goes on a slightly smaller oval base. That's going to be another one of our vehicles workshops. Uh, so this was we did this one right here again. We got a much bigger vehicle that we're doing in a kind of a space wolf motif. I was gonna say, Cam, to write something like that to make sure things don't tip over, because that would never happen, right, Camda? So appreciate that, Duke. And and this that it might already be up on the YouTube channel. That's again the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. If you want to see stuff that we painted here, this is where you're going to find it. There's no ads or anything like that here, because on Twitch they took away the highlight function, so there's no way to save our sessions here. But I basically I bring them on over to YouTube, and we just put the sessions over there so that you can watch them later. Thanks, Camda. Camda just posted the link to the Linseed Fellowship. And again, that is an ad-free channel. There's not going to be ads there. That's not what that one's about. So again, we're using the Alkyd medium here and our fabulous very dark burgundies. Again, that's what's creating our blood effects here. Come on, there we are. We need a little more of that around here, and maybe even a little bit of it kind of semi-splashing onto his coat there. I'm actually going to take this and we're going to see if we can't... Oh, not fade that. Yeah, here, let me try some more of that down over here. So Camda, I was just so glad I found this, because otherwise, what's our choice? We gotta wait for the stuff to dry complete and then do a blood effect on top of it, or much like our weathering powders that we just put on while the paint is wet, we just do this during the painting process. Why not, right, Camda? It's funny for not wanting to be a hasty hobbit. We sure try to find ways to save a lot of time, don't we? No, 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 no. I'm gonna go here. Let me. That's almost just more alkyd medium than anything else because I really wanted that to be translucent, as translucent as possible. But now it's got a little bit of shininess going on. I know this. I think this other one has a. There it is. I'm like, where's the other hand? I knew there was another hand sticking out of one of these things. Just on the other side. Let's work that in here. Oh yeah, yeah. Jeez. Okay, fine. But I teensy bit of blood effect here. So let's pile this up on the edge. And this is the advantage, Cam, of the alchemy, given a little bit of thickness. As you can see, it's got well some thickness to it. Now we will take not that. So we kind of staged it there. Now we're going to take it and we're just going to drag that stuff like so. Look at that. Boom. It's a nice, a really easy. This was a hard lesson, Camda. It's a very hard lesson to learn. That it's way easier to just kind of do this here, where we stage that up here, right, with a little bit of a, not quite a puddle of it, but you get where we're going with that. And then we'll take this and then we're just going to drag this stuff here, and now it looks very much like a spatter. Look at that. That's a heck of a lot easier. Used to try and paint those in like from the get-go, and it's like there's no way to get that small. There is no way. I might just, and in some of these areas here, can do a similar thing. Or we just did that, and now we'll take this brush here, and then we're gonna have it go zoink. Look at that, nice. So look at that, just dropping down like so. That's what we do that on the other side. It flattens out a little bit, Camda, as it dries, especially if you put a ton on there. So it's one of those things where you kind of you learn over time how much is too much. Huh? Where have we heard that before, right, Camda? Where have we heard that before? So see, like here, it's just gonna. I'm just gonna drag that down, and it's actually literally gonna flow down that way. I mean, it actually will flow because this stuff is very much malleable. This alkyd stuff here. It's it's like the glazed version of blood effects, Camda. It's bizarre. So again, we're just kind of manipulating this here. I'm literally just grabbing some of that and sort of pushing that around the miniature. But the translucency and then the shininess of it. I used to, good grief, it used to take like 2 or 3. I don't know if you've seen some of the old blood effects videos, Camda, but it took like 4 different products or something like that just to get anything remotely like this. Now it's just one. It's like boom, there it is. That's it. That's all it takes. Now Camda, they're 28 mil figs, right? I think they are. Oh, and of course, Camda, if you want to share stuff in the chat, I know it was a long time ago, when you last shared some stuff. If you want to share your stuff again, please go ahead and do that. So about half the size. Okay, so maybe I guess something more like a almost. I think Flames of War scale is even. Well, that might even be smaller actually. That might even be smaller. Or no, that'd be bigger. Maybe that would be bigger than Flames of War scale. It's been so long since I've seen Flames of War figs. I did actually make oh yeah, it was a French army and a Hungarian army for Flames of War. So Peace Talker, I hope that your weekend has been sensational so far. Hoping that everybody has themselves a really fine and dandy Sunday. Let me work this in again. I've got a new tutorial video that's going to go up on the Patreon page tomorrow. That will be part 2 of our series on sculpting the Fellowship. Again, utilize an Eldritch Foundry. Okay, yeah, I'm glad I darkened those down because that all makes way more sense. Some of this, here you're more the not radiant, radiant violet. It's funny, Cam, that I was looking all over. I'm like, where the heck is my tube of not radiant, radiant violet? Oh, I had it all along. I was like looking at it. That's just how distracting it's been here over the last week plus or so. I literally had it in my hand. I'm like, where the heck is where in the world is my not radiant violet? It was really not there because it was in my hand the whole time. Yeah. The other reason why I was saying I do words, Camden, is I think if I'm lucky, I got 2 hours of sleep last night, maybe. It could be more like an hour and a half or less. So it's theoretical, Camden, that I'm actually sleep streaming right now. That I'll just wake up and I'm face down on the table or something like that. I think there's actually some, I don't know, if pustules down in there. Also, we got stuff to do up here, it looks like. And tomorrow is not going to be a catch-up day either. Because I don't have any ketchup. I do have barbecue sauce. This is a cuisine channel after all. Like I said, Camden, I do words. Glad it's been a good weekend there, Peace Talker. Now, of course, this coming Friday and Saturday, we are going to be painting our new home sculpted fellowship here. So there's our Aragorn. All right, and of course, well, there's our Gandalf that we made. And then, of course, we got all our little hobbitses. That one is, oh, that's Mary. Yeah, that's Mary. Ooh, where's that was Pippin. Oh, there's Frodo. So obviously he's gonna have the glowing. He's gonna have Sting there, and we're gonna do him in our Moria color scheme, of course. Actually, Camda, I probably just made one of those. Yeah. Well, I'll probably be making one later because asparagus is back on the menu. So now, I also so Kathy's mom sent me a message. It was semi tongue in cheek. Says, "Oh, you have to send us your Christmas list." And I said, "Oh, 45,000 pounds of chocolate covered raisin." So there you go, Peace Talker. So Peace Talker, you've heard us. Oh, where the heck did it go? It's around here somewhere. Ah, there it is. So yellow ochre, right? Or this fabulous Mars Yellow Deep. Everything from Mars is fabulous. So Peace Talker, that's why we use the Mars Yellow Deep, because this, as you say, tends to be kind of translucent, right? That's there's no translucency there, because that's basically that's like it's the Terra Rosa of yellow right there. So yeah, that's why we use the Mars Yellow Deep instead of yellow ochre. So Camda, if you should happen to notice the hole in the ozone layer reaching epic proportions, that would be the 45,000 pounds of chocolate covered raisins was successfully delivered from Minnesota. And of course, that doesn't mean we won't continue with our regular consumption of mini wheats and asparagus and spinach. Again, the environment is a worthy sacrifice for the one. So yeah, Peace Talker essentially, yeah, yellow ochre pretty much got permanently, well, not necessarily permanently, there might be a use for it eventually, but yeah, it's pretty much wiped off the palette. It's kind of like what the Prussians did, right, Camda? Actually, is Mars Yellow Deep the Prussian blue of ochres? Maybe that's it. Maybe that is a more accurate term. Hey there, Vite. How you doing? Happy Sunday, Vite. So Vite, um, with our fabulous flats, they're asking, okay, so what's going to happen, on Flat Thursday, Thanksgiving? I said, well, we'll paint one of our flat ornaments, and I realized, well, wait a minute, this is literally the same width, right, as our flats that we're making. Why don't we just print out, take our flat designs and put them on this? We could literally have Trench Crusade Christmas ornaments. Yeah, there you go. Now, fancy that as a Christmas ornament. Happy Christmas there. Now it will require some adjustments, and I won't know until most likely well after the stream tonight. I'm just gonna pop that into the GPTs and see what it, is it gonna have a little bit of a cantankerous revolt on that, or is it just gonna do it? We'll see. You never know with the GPTs. Now we're doing a couple little chippy things there. Now I'm going actually a little bit. See, that's got some extra dark to it there. So took some of that Mars black, which again, Mars black is forget what is it, ivory black and lamp black and all those other weak and feckless black colors. Use the Mars. Always go with the Mars. So Denethor, I am also hoping. I think you heard me say that I'm hoping that by Thanksgiving, in addition to our fabulous Denethor video on the YouTube channel, there is an army showcase. We're gonna have our Battlestar Galactica one, and hopefully the Gandalf one too, because we have a lot of Gandalfs. And then I just realized we might even throw this one out there too on our Friday Saturday stream. I don't know. I just want that to be part of the Eowyn video. Now I've got a really nifty song for that, Shield Maiden of Rohan, and I've got all kinds of really fantastic images. I might have sent you some of those, Camda. So yep, it's all about the oxides. Synthetic iron oxide, Mars red. Synthetic iron oxide, Mars black. Where you hiding? Synthetic iron oxide, which just again makes them Mars violet. Synthetic iron oxide. It's the magic ingredient. Just like our oxides of cobalt, right, Camda? Or in the case of Battlestar Galactica, oxides of cobalt. Yes, yeah, yeah. The oxides of look at that, Camda. See, oh, you see how much darker that got, but it still has a little bit of translucency to it. Camda, if you have created a Mars blue, that's, I mean, all kidding aside, that's some good stuff. If you made that, you done made something that's very, very good. So Vitae Mars Black I've got three different versions of Mars Black. There you go. I got Windsor Newton. I've got the heck is the other one? Gamblin. Camda. I'll see if Dick Blick has that. Actually, Camda. All kidding aside, you're like you are not going to do this to me. You are not doing this, but I am. It's homework time there, Camda. Could you send me and I think you already sent me a message about that, a reminder to look on Dick Blick and it's the other one, not Jackson's art. I think that's in Europe. Jackson's Jerry's Artorama. Jerry's Artorama. Well, it's that's funny because Cerulean Blue had that graininess to it. But then our interference colors, Camda, they're pretty darn grainy. So we can deal with the grainy with the interference. We can deal with that with our blues, right? Too much, too much, too much. There, yeah, let's just take you out. Just try again, do some little tendrils of our blood effects there. Little extra. Okay, just going right down his leg there. So 3 hours 39 minutes ago, how much paint did we have on these guys? We had none. That's what they looked like 3 hours and 39 minutes ago, both of these lads. There was no weathering powders, no blood effects, no rust effects, no effects. There was nothing on there. And it's just oxide blue. I'm looking at it's a blue iron oxide. Yeah. Well, think of our fabulous cobalt teal bluish. It is quite literally oxides of cobalt, which again, to the ancient Galacticans, it's oxide of cobalt. So yeah, so one's got an axe and one has sort of a scythe type of a thing there. And this one's got the plague mask, and this one we can actually see his face there. I'm trying to get that on the upper. There we go. Okay. Actually, a little streak of that going down his mouth there, because why not? Why not do that? Cross that over here, and now here, let me get all that stuff out of the brush. Like that. Okay, it's still, our fast mat white, what's left of here is still kind of active. Once more, again, trying to find some of our lightest lights where possible. Maybe some of that over here. Also on the ends of these little, whatever little metal things we've got here stuck into his feet. So yeah, Camda, I was glad there was two of them because, well, you remember I was saying earlier that this stuff, it's set really well. That's one of the reasons why it's set really well. It's because there was two of them. All right, so I could, while I was working on one, the other one had a chance to set up more. It's the usual thing, right, Camda? If you have multiple figures to work on at the same time, that is always better. And Landress, I hope that it goes well on the. How many more of the Marines? That's it. Jeez, I meant to ask you from the get-go there, Landress. Is how many more do you got to do? In my mind, I'd already asked you that, but I don't think I did. So yeah, I wasn't sure how many more of the Schmarines that you got to do to finish that off. Yes, and at some point, Landras is going to have to start sharing all of his Marines, his terrain, the bases. Actually, ooh, Landras. When's the last time you had a chance to to break out the AK interactive basing stuff? Wasn't it the kind of like the desert theme bases? That was the last time we were super cranking out. Now here we're actually literally weathering away the weathering right there. So you're doing those nifty desert type bases. And we keep doing this here. No, let's do this. Let's do this. Ah, there we go. There we are. That's fantastic, Vite. And again, whenever you feel like you want to show those things off in the chat, you always share them, of course, like always. I'm sure they're looking really fabulous too. I guess now, was there any specific kind of basing sort of stuff that you did with them? here with this. Yeah, a little bit up there. So yeah, I'm really liking the white coats on the Austrian guys here because it is quite, it's really showing off the nurgliness here. That's for sure. Alright, now we're going to try to get a little couple lights on it. I don't want to get too late there. Gotta be careful. Well, I mean, that's what these are. Now, of course, what I've started to realize with all the bulletin board cork is actually slicing it not just in half, but at angles, slight angles, and that really does. We've been using them for our Trench Crusade bases. Hey there, Irid. Oh, geez, I didn't know they were doing more of that stuff. Vitae. Everybody, please give Irid a can wife a follow. So, Irid, I hope that your Saturday stream was fabulous. Everybody, please give Irid a can wife a follow. And, of course, Irid, why don't you share your Pinterest link once again? Please do that. Everybody, give Irid a can wife a follow. There you go. Yeah, Vita Armored Wolf sent me some pictures of Nurgle stuff. I wasn't sure if it was 40k stuff or Sigmar stuff or both. I am hoping to get some of the Cathay stuff prepped. Just some of the infantry, some of the cav. I want to do an army painting series on the Cathay as well. And that'll be again on the Patreon page. We'll figure out some kind of interesting color scheme to do with the Cathay. I'll certainly utilize our GPT sketch medium there. Now, I will, here, let me take some of that yellow and some of this. Let me see, what does this look like here? That's gonna go there, and now we're gonna get maybe a little bit of our lighter stuff into that here on our little, well, that's either a cucumber or a giant Cheeto. Looks more like a cucumber. Well, yeah, that's I'm not surprised there, Vitae. Yep, you have to finish all of your spinach before you can have dessert. You must finish all your spinach, eat your beets, then you can have dessert. I have to hit that beak again because, well, that didn't, we weren't intending on smashing into that with this paint here. That's alright. We'll get that all fixed up. Alright, back to it here. Around his eye. Bit of dark around that, I guess. Where we at here? We get this. Sharpen up the edge of that a little bit more. Also over here, and then that edge. On these here, let me refine these buckles up here a little bit. Okay, that's better. Now, what about maybe this one? Because I probably need to do the same thing with those buckles. At least that's one fad that's kind of receded there, right, Vitae? We don't have any more buckle golems. Well, we have fewer buckle golems than we used to. There used to be entire miniatures that were just made of buckles. There was no arms or legs or faces or anything. It was just thousands of buckles together, and that was the entire miniature. In fact, I think there was actually a buckle titan. It was like an emperor class titan, and it was just made entirely of buckles. Yeah, a walking city just made of buckles. I mean, all kidding aside, these people had so many buckles on them that it would have taken them and three other people 4 hours just to get them into those buckles. They all would have died in battle before they ever got to the battle. But that was, I can remember back in the kind of mid 2000s, all of a sudden, just buckles started to appear. And then there was more, and there was more, and there was more. There were thousands of buckles everywhere. And I remember well, I think I only ever, this was years ago, that 2 times I ever was allowed to just fool around with ZBrush. I accidentally somehow stumbled upon the buckle brush. It was literally a brush that did buckles. Well, I have to regale you with stories, Cammed Up, because I do words. I'm gonna grab. Now, this is something we haven't done before, Cam. There's gonna be a little trial here. I am taking the white. I'm taking some of the red here. Now, what's gonna happen? I'm actually taking that's our alkyd medium, and now we're going lighter with it. We're gonna go light. I want to see what happens here. Again, this is really more just about the translucency, even though we're using an opaque color, and also getting a little bit of shiny on there too. Just buckles everywhere, right, Vitae? There we are. Now, the one thing I have been tempted to do recoil, especially with some of these other AI things, is to do Wapelius Spellbrush in different, instead of always like photorealistic or something like that, to try it in anime form, in like there's even like that, was that the paper cutout type thing? Not exactly a primitive like say a South Park animation, but we might have to try a Wapelius Spellbrush in various iterations like that. Now look at that. That is a 20 stream streak there for Irid. 20 stream streak. Thank you so much, Irid. A little toasty for 20. Thank you so much. Actually, Peace Talker one of the things that I wanted to do, and I wonder, some of the AIs that I got now, I think now it might cost a whole bunch of credits, but you know how you can have yourself turned into like an action figure or something? It even does like the packaging and everything. Like a bobblehead Wapelius or something. So now recoil, I'm guessing, like GPT, if you want the full benefit of that, it's there's going to be a little bit of a price tag. But so what kind of a free trial can you do with that recoil? Just so that it can maybe and who knows, recoil, maybe that replaces sky reels, right? Instead of doing GPT and sky reels, maybe Grok is going to be the thing. Well, recoil, it's as we're doing our usual message back and forth, when it gets to be about say past the Monday stream, and it gets to be that Tuesday time frame, then just remind me to try Grok, because I don't think I'll have a chance to try it out until then. But don't let me forget about that recoil, because I have not. I've heard of it, but I just haven't had a chance to look at that at all. But if instead of me having to go, you know, uh, images in GPT and then animations and sky reels, a one-stop shop, that's not nothing, right? Recoil. Yep, I'll take it. Ooh, violet, violet here. So there's that. Let's get that broken down up over here. It's even a little lighter because it's got some of the white going in there. There's a whole bunch of the phthalo and turquoise, but we just don't have a lot of our violet here, and I wanted that. It's almost like how we would use green, right? It's kind of that greenish flavor right there. Recoil, 720 5-second videos on sky reels are, I think, 15 credits. Yeah, I don't know, Rico. Maybe I just don't sleep for 3 days, and you and I just sit there. We just do nothing but grok stuff. Well, recoil. Um, yeah, you don't have to. You're not facing any resistance here. Yeah, you're you're piquing the interest for sure. Oh, look at that! I'm getting a little bit. See a little bit of that turquoise in there. A little bit of that turquoise. So yep, recoil. Let's put it this way, Rico. It sounds like the kind of AI that trains use. Yeah, it sounds like a very much a trained sort of AI. Let me throw this in here. Camden, I would suggest doing that. I mean, here's the guy that hasn't even seen it yet. I've seen plenty of. I've seen way too. What is it? I've seen too much. Yes, I've seen too much of the GPTs. Much like exposure to the One True Ring, Camda, or the Necronomicon. It's, there you go. Ah, yes, it's software for trains, Rico? Well, in that case, exclamation point Tuesday, right, Camden? Oh, can I get me? Yes, that not radiant reading, but just light enough for those knuckles there. Yeah, all right, there you go. Now, what is going on with these? Clearly not enough. Hey there, Chef Burberry, how you doing? Well, there's the more facetious version of that is hunger and homelessness because, well, this is what I do for a living. But on the other side of it, it's just wanting to see how it looks, right? It's kind of like any story, right, Chef Burberry? You want to know how the story ends, how the story turns out, and since these are, I've never painted anything like this. I've been painting miniatures for what now, 25 years. Never painted something like this before, and I just wanted to see, okay, what could we do with these crazy, essentially nurgly chaos Napoleonics? Could we get a little bit of the Napoleonic flavor? Could we get a little bit of the nurgly flavor? Could we do our blood effects? Could we do our rust effects? Could we make all of those things work together there, Chef Burberry? And of course, again, it's just it's curiosity, right? You want to see, can it be done? And if it can be done, how's it going to turn out in the end? That sort of thing, if that makes any sense. So recoil, how many did you get? Because think of this recoil now again, and the minimum, right? It's 15 credits for a video. You generally have to do two of them because it always screws up the first one.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my
Thank
gobshot.
you so much, Chef Burberry. Appreciate that. He's like, wow, okay, this is what's gonna happen to you if you keep doing the pipe weed. I don't believe you. It's like I don't believe me either. I was just told to tell you that. Why is everybody trying to get me to quit pipe weed? This is just I don't get it. No, now that we've mentioned pipe weed like 20 times, what's gonna happen on this Gandalf 6 for Shep? Ooh, he survived. It was like this, and it landed on some brushes, and it was like semi-cocked, but it wasn't cocked too much. It was a cocked dice, but it was still a 5 for Chef Burberry. So recoil, think of that. Let's just say 20. That is, wow. That's 300 credits. You only get 4,000 for the month recoil, and that was free. Now, was that your limit for the day recoil? Because if that's for the day, um, well, let's put it this way. And you can do an image, right? You can put an image there, recoil, and say, okay, camera, camera pans out, camera moves in, camera follows, camera tracks the subject, or something like that. I'm guessing you can put that sort of stuff in there. Or are you having Grok do the prompts for you? I mean, just all kidding aside, I mean that could be because let's put it this way, recoil. I've got like I think 860 credits left for the entire month now in Sky Reels, and I've got about 3,000 credits worth of videos to make, which would mean showing out another 30 hours for those credits, or I just use Grok to make up the difference, recoil. So recoil, yeah. What I want to do is like how I do well, actually, hey, recoil. Oh no, sorry, you just used up all your stuff. I was gonna say recoil. Just take one of the like the Galadriel images I sent you or something and animate that there, and see what that looks like. Mm, let me do something different. I'm going to take, where's our turquoise here? Let's do that. Fine, we'll use it. Come on. So again, radiant green, radiant violet. What does that make? It makes radiant gray. Just don't tell the ancient Welshlandians that you did that. So Chef Burberry, Monday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So our Thursday challenge, well, what we've been doing on Thursday, we call it Flat Thursday. So lately we've been painting, well, guess what? Flats. Now we also paint, well, regular paintings on Flat Thursday. There you go. You know, something like that, or a landscape of Middle Earth, or spacescapes, or whatever. So that's our Flat Thursday. And then, well, last Saturday we painted this. Now sometimes we call it the Saturday Challenge, where we're painting multiple figures. I mean, here's an example of one of our Saturday challenges. Where are you going? Where are we at here? So we painted up 15 goblins in a 12-hour stream. Where's our dwarves? Whoops, I might already. There we are. So we did these dwarves here in one stream. We did, was it 10 Army of the Dead? We did 10 uh, Harad, whatchamacallit dudes there. Actually, so Chef Burberry, 4 hours and 7 minutes ago. Whoops, I had my main scene here. 1 second. These two guys had no paint on them. So this is 4 hours, 7 minutes, and 37 seconds. And again, they looked exactly like this because they were all primed at the same time. So that is all of these guys right here. This was, what would you say, Camden? This is about 4.5 hours-ish, something like that. Again, that's 72 mil. You can kind of see the size of it right there. This, again, was probably about 4.5 hours, something like that. Cheers there, Chef. And of course, Chef Burberry, if you want to see some of the older episodes, this is the place to go. So that's a YouTube channel. There's no ads there or anything like that. It is only a place where I can basically put this stuff. Now, actually, this episode, about 4 hours ago, this episode went live. So this was last Saturday. This is now on that YouTube channel. And again, we do all kinds of stuff. Things like busts, what ifs, terrain. Where's some of my terrain here? Come on. Yeah, there we go. There's some of our fabulous terrain. Where's our also Battlefleet Gothic there? Nope, that's what I want. Here we go. There's some of our Marvel Crisis Protocol terrain. So yeah, and it's all done with the oil paints. So hopefully we'll see you on our Monday stream there, Chef. Now the Thursday streams, they tend to start later. Not that these other streams start early. Yeah. Everybody else is like, what do you mean that starts late? Oh, your streams start late. Because it's 3:55 in the morning here. But recoil, that is actually recoil. I might just, yeah, you know what? I'll just try that recoil. Why would I spend the last few credits that I got in Sky Reels now that I don't know how to use it, right? Because they changed the whole thing on me. If I'm gonna have to use a new thing, why don't I use a new thing, recoil? Boy, that was perfect timing, recoil. That literally was perfect timing because now I can just kind of be like, all right, fine, Sky Reels, you want to play that way? I'll play with somebody else. Now I'm going to take this here. That is gonna. Well, then now we got an interesting kind of almost a greenish tone there. Gonna get some of that right over there, and now teensy bit lighter on the edge of the Do I want to get some rusty stuff on these? Nah. No, I think we'll take a pass on that. We'll do the rusty stuff there. Come on. Trying to get me a little bit of the violet, lighter violet down here anyways. What about this? Is this too late? No. Close, but not too late. Not too late at all. There we are. So again, our Monday stream coming up. We are doing the other half of the starter box for Victory at Sea. So that's going to be your Imperial Japanese Navy. We got ourselves two heavies, two heavy cruisers, two Mogami class cruisers. We've got the a couple of three Fubuki class destroyers, and one light Furukawa cruiser. Yeah, Denethor, let's see. So if it's 4 a.m. here, is it 10 or is it 11 there, Denethor? Because the time change has me thrown off. It's either 10 or 11 there, I think. Actually, it's getting to be almost supper time for you there, Recoil. And actually, Recoil, well, it's asparagus for me. I didn't get a chance to make the asparagus for supper. The chicken was not thawed out. It's still like semi-frozen in some parts, so uh, well, we'll have to see because that was supposed to be for today. That means our food supply is going to be somewhat challenged tomorrow. Oh, so it is 11. Okay. All right. I wasn't quite sure what we wanted to do with that cucumber right there, but we're just kind of going with the orange there. Bingo. No, no, not in his eye. Not in the eye there. Well, you can really see this textural difference. Look at this, Camda. When I do this, you can see the shiny there, and then the very like unshiny of the. It's like anti-shine. Oh, that's fantastic there, Vita. I mean, this is this is a cuisine channel. 100% cuisine channel here. So Vita, yeah, the fabulous garden, because this is also a farming agricultural channel. It got wiped out overnight. It literally went from mid 60s to mid 20s for about a little over 48 hours, maybe 52 hours. And yeah, it wiped out every single plant. And of course, now it's almost 70 degrees again. So now I do have about a 4.5 foot high tomato plant in the house. And I'm thinking after Thanksgiving, maybe I'm going to start planting up some pepper plants. And I'm going to grow those babies indoors. Sorry about that, Vitae. Yeah, it was disappointing here because I had a 7.5 foot tall cherry tomato plant. I had one pepper plant that was taller than me. Now, of course, this was soil that I hadn't planted anything in like 20 some odd years, and I spent about a month and a half tilling that soil. I mean, every day I would go out there with a shovel and till this soil. I think even now, if you just stepped on it, your foot would probably sink about 4 inches. So was it not enough water, Vite? Too much water? Too warm? Not warm enough? Or all of the above? Now this is pretty much as light as we can. I mean, we can go a little lighter if I added some white to it, but that's about as light as I'm going to go with any of our violet here. So here, Vita, you have to till the soil because 97% of the soil is clay. The other 3% also clay. So yeah, you really got no choice but to till that stuff like crazy. Actually, there's an additional 20% that's also clay. So yeah, 120% of the soil is clay. There we see we got some of that phthalo green now in our shadow area right there. The other thing, so speaking of clay, Vite, uh, my backyard also came with about 11 bricks, and I'm talking about these are bricks that must be well as old as the house. So you're looking at least 60 some odd year old bricks. Talk about a surprise, right, Vite? When you're jumping on that shovel to really get a nice deep dig, and all of a sudden you're bouncing off of a brick. Yeah, I found enough bricks to almost build an addition to the house. Let's see. So arid. Oh gosh. I'll try to. I like that idea of the green sand because I might be able to get that at a Menards or even just get it on Amazon. I wonder. Well, actually, arid. The other thing I've been doing. We were talking about the calcium stuff for bottom rot. I have been putting that on that tomato plant in the house. Obviously, I will continue to do that. I only ever got a chance to put it on the garden once. So yeah, I really like that idea of the green sand. Well, the only other way to prevent that, Camda, is to have chocolate-covered raisins on a regular basis. Yeah, that's now you know why we have those on a regular basis to complement our mini wheats. There's our calcium right there, right, Camda? We're covering all of the bases. This again, this is a nutritional channel as well, and an exercise channel. Yes, nutrition and exercise definitely covered here. Oh, geez, Vita. Well, yeah, there's a little bit of that too. Yep. Famous sites or whatever, right? Or historical sites. Now here, this has got a little bit. That's some of our Mars red. So again, one of our fabulous Mars colors here. That's going down there, and some of it here. So it's not just the great one. Yeah, just roll this over here. Now we're getting somewhere. So yeah, Chef Burberry, the legend of the chocolate covered raisins that started years and years ago. So we were going to do the drive up north to Minneapolis with the in-laws, and Kathy thought it'd be a good idea for me to have a snack on the way up, and what could be more convenient than chocolate covered raisins. Next thing you know, we're going down the highway in November, 70 miles an hour. It's about 15 degrees outside, yet the windows are wide open. Even the dog's eyes are watering. And once Kathy's mom and dad found out about that, every time we went up there or every time they came down here, there was not 1 but 2 pounds of chocolate covered raisins. Actually, there was chocolate covered raisins and yogurt covered raisins. And just to make it even more appealing, they also ate them right along with me. Now, the added benefit when we were up north is that her sister was eating them too. So, needless to say, it was a bit like the Budweiser frog commercials there. Us sitting around the table. Yeah, and to this very day, people send me chocolate covered raisins or at Adepticon. Next thing you know, I've got 3 bags of chocolate covered raisins sitting next to me. So, yeah. Now, of course, those things in a confined space is a bit like hoisting yourself on your own petard, but things sometimes, again, needs happen. So, yeah, that to this day, we're talking 25 years later, that is still a thing. I believe the last care package of chocolate covered raisins, I think Kathy's sister sent me one about a month and a half ago ish. So, yeah, Arid, and basically everywhere we went, people would say, "Oh, here, Jim," and Kathy would say, "Yes, you hate me. You all hate me." There we go. Yes, the legend of the chocolate covered raisins. Again, that ozone layer is looking mighty suspicious up there. You never know what it's really up to. Best to just get rid of it and be done with it. Well, Ira, that's also that was one of our strategies on public transportation. So see you later, Peace Talker. Have yourself a fabulous Sunday. I mean, there was 2 strategies to again not shall we say not being interfered with on public transportation or just needing a little more leg space for yourself. And one way to do that was definitely to create some positive airflow around yourself. Now we're going to take this indigo here. Think of it kind of like it was what was the old 1950s movie? War of the Worlds, right? Yeah, think of it like a little glass dome around you or something like that. Nobody can enter that. So see you later, Peace Talker. Hopefully, maybe we see you on Monday or your Tuesday, which is probably more like it. All right, there's that now. Maybe a smidge more dark here on the that middle right there, just a little bit. I think here. Let me take away a little bit of that highlight. There's a little. It's still too much. Trying to just put some more of our little scratches and scritches and stuff there. I'm gonna put me some more cracks in our little skelly friends right there. Now, obviously, these are going to be way faster and easier to paint in the future, right, Camden? Because now we got something set for these, and there are a bunch of these. There are, I think I've got like maybe I don't know, maybe 7 or 8, maybe 8 of these guys. Who knows? Maybe even 10 of these just regular humies there, and I think I got 3 of these werewolf dudes right here. Obviously, they have a little bit of confrontation vibe to them because, well, guess what? Guess where the sculptors had their start? Yes, indeed. Oh, there we are. Buttons there. But well, actually, I believe now that it is. So Shiftbury, actually, the most recent one was just Adepticon this year. Actually, I think we got some stuffs here. Let me see if I can find them for you here. Oh, here we go. So these were things that I put in the Resin Beast. So that was first place unit in Resin Beast. That was first place in large scale. Also, that got the manufacturer's award from Loot Studios. And then that was third place in bust. That's a creature caster bust right there. And then if we go way back, if we go back in time over the years here, let me see if I did I already scroll past it here? I don't think so. I don't. Whoops. No, that's not them either. Here we go. There we are. So some of these are from tournaments. Now that's all from Games Day. They don't have them anymore, but they used to have an art contest. And I used the art contest was always fun. And then that was my Armies on Parade trophy. That was for my Lizardmen there. Bilbo's Bash. That was a tournament. That other little glass thing there. That's from a Bolt Action tournament, actually put on by the same folks. And then a bunch of Adepticon awards, and that's like 6 of the 15 crystal brushes. I think there was 15 of them. There was 3 of them or something that I lost track of for about 10 years. I didn't realize I was essentially using them as a table because they were in the boxes. Yeah, I didn't realize that. And that's right. Almost forgot here. Every year we do Gen Con. The last 2 years I missed 5 years of Gen Con, but yeah, that is another thing that we do is Gen Con. It was my favorite tournament there, Chef, because it was unlike any other tournament. You had one good army and one evil army, and you played 3 games with each one. And that was just so fun. I absolutely loved that. I think I might have a scene of my army board there as again kind of a landscape of Middle Earth. There was a kind of a waterfall type of a thing. There's my sky blue. Rico, yes, that's how it's going. That's how it's going down. So Grok, well, Sky Reels is going to get some days. Well, I don't know. Rico, was it about an hour and a half it took you to wipe that out? I might wipe it out just as quick there, Recoil. But if I can get 20 animations out, and you're talking 6-second animations there, that is more than that is more than worth it for, well, for free. And then they also did, again, the was that bolt action tournament. Oh, jeez, it's gonna take forever to scroll up there, but we're gonna do it anyways. Where's my bolt action army? We're almost there. We're almost there. There it is. So that was my Monte Cassino 1944 Fallschirmjägers. I actually scratch sculpted the anti-aircraft vehicle there. That was pretty wild. And again, here's just a little flavor of some of our bolt action stuff. I actually have 4 bolt action battle reports. This was the last one. This is the bridge to Nuvion. And yes, there is a bridge, and yes, there is a river. This one was the second one. I think this is the second one. This is basically an alternate history version of the Battle of Arras. You can even see Rom way over there in the corner with an 88. Again, that's early war Brits there. So again, it's just a little flavor of some of our bolt action armies here. Oh, there's our Monte Cassino Fallschirmjägers again. So again, I got to scroll all the way down to get to my scene. Just give me a sec here. Give me a second. There we are. So yeah, Camden, that's on the main channel. That is on the main channel. Now, oh gosh, can you imagine, Recoil, if I had this stuff when I was doing the bolt action battle reports? My goodness. That would have been insane. But yeah, Camda, that's where I learned a lot of the tree technique, Camda, that we've kind of adapted along with the tree support, trees. That was first done with bolt action in mind. That was done with bolt action. Now, sadly, I don't really get to. Well, I guess there's third edition now. We may just have to ignore that third edition, just like we're ignoring whatever new edition of Middle Earth there is. We ain't doing that. Mostly because I don't want to have to spend about 208, $285 just to replace the main books. Let's see. Well, Recoil. If the it definitely. Thanks for being the guinea pig on that, Recoil. All kidding aside, I do appreciate that because I mean, trains need coal, right, Recoil? Yes, trains need coal. Can't run without coal, and it sounds like you just found a nice coal mine there. You just found a fantastic coal mine. So Chef Burberry, I've got every army of Middle Earth, including like the legendary legions. Uh, I have what almost 2,000 points of Easterlings. I'll probably have about 3,000 points of Harad once all those Mumaks are ready to go. And we even have again where's our Dark Queen? Here we go. We even have a Dark Queen Schmaladriel army. Literally, and I've got the terrain to go along with it. So yes, MESBG has always been my favorite. I mean, I still my two armies that I really, really, really did love was my Lizard Men and of course my Tomb Kings. Really, really love my Tomb Kings. Here's here's some of our newer stuff that we've done here. Oh, look, there's one of our Harad guys right there. So Rico, yeah, I'll have to take some of my images into Grok and, well, And then, much like Theoden said, so it begins, right? And so it begins. I was tempted to, or, let me just actually grab a little bit of my weathering powders here. I'm just going to pop that on our skellies. Maybe do another round of application here of our powdery stuff. Yeah, I know that was something that you were kind of concerned about there, Canada. The cost of that and everything else. So here's hoping it comes up. I'm sure it's going to come up aces for both of us. Oh, look at that! Look at that! See that nice little texture difference there? Look at how shiny that is, and then that is literally the anti-shine. That's got like negative shine to it. And this is exactly what we did with our Trench Crusade bases, by the way. And yes, we will be getting back to Trench Crusade because I have dozens of miniatures prepped, well, printed. Soon will be prepped. Come on. I'm trying to shove that back in there. Yep. I actually cammed this. Sometimes I even took not just like the dust colored uh, dust, but I would actually almost use. There was, let's see, a secret weapon had. Um, it had the weathering powders that have actually I've used them in some of the tutorial videos, Camda. Yeah, they're on some of the tutorial videos, and basically that it's almost like using pastels. So if you wanted to like super soften a cloak, but it's a color, actually I would use the pastels, basically almost like using pastels to do a really soft kind of a treatment on the say on something like a cloak or a bust, Camda. That's it. It would almost be like using a makeup brush. Seriously, and using like the makeup powder, whatever that is. I mean, this is also a fashion channel, but we we're that's in its infancy, the fashion channel, right, Arid? Eventually, it'll be a full-blown fashion channel. We'll be setting all the latest trends here. Next thing you know, we're gonna have Vogue is gonna be knocking down the doors, wanting to do sponsorships. And just like Arid says, it is the Omni channel. We have everything here. Now, as soon as we end this stream, though, it's definitely going to become the cuisine channel because I'm making me some chow because it's definitely dinner time even though it's 4:25 in the morning. That's apparently that is now supper time in Wappleville. I'm going to try to throw a little touch more on my yellow in there, sure. Yeah, let me grab the other one. I think I don't know. See that has yeah. I don't think I want to add any more of that light on there. So Camden, let me know what happens when you experiment with grok. It's just like the oil paints, right? Recoil, and right, Camden. I mean, we if it wasn't for you, there would be no Rubens, Paul Rubens Alkids here. That would be a massive hole in our arsenal, wouldn't it, Camden? That's why all of us here together experimenting, trying things out. It's going to hasten the learning process, right? 16 and 2, how you doing? So happy Sunday there, 16. I hope that your Sunday is off to a very fabulous start. I appreciate you being here. Now, that's good. That is good. Geez, 14 hours, no, 13 and a half hours from now, I guess I'll be on that Council of Miniature Painters. And yes, Camda, the topic is AI in miniature painting. We know how that went the last time, right, Camda? Well, the last two times. I have no idea who their guest is, because we know how the other guests have treated us. We'll see if things go a little differently this time around. So here we'll get a little bit of this right in here. There we go. There we are. Bingo. Okay, that the dark is in place. That's just our shiny right there. Okay. Ah, boy, well, Landris, you'll have to let me see how that's going. Yeah, that's true, recoil. That is true. And again, without that, of course, well, we wouldn't have any of our fabulous flats now, would we? Again, that also helped to make the STLs themselves, right? Because otherwise, we got no other way to make the STLs. So again, I think it is time. We're gonna head on over to is it? Oh yeah, head over to Skits Mix here because again, it is supper time. So I appreciate all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. Thank you also for the raids, and I'll be seeing everybody on our Monday stream. Remember, Monday we are going to be doing more of our 1/1800 scale ships. So thank you so much, Camda, Recoil, see you later, Vitae, see you later, Landrast. Have a good one there, 16 too. Ah, here we go.